Alright, of course, we are back. This has been enjoyable. This has been like such a cute game. The art style is adorable. I'm really intrigued as to where the story is gonna go. Especially that we'll have the DLC afterwards to think about. But it's been a little while just because we put off last time because that was like Thanksgiving weekend and all that noise and such. But Trouble in Paradise. Also, the cool thing is they have a holiday update. They just dropped this week. Earlier when they had like a Halloween fall-ish decor update, they have the holiday decor. So we'll have like little bits of holiday decorations. I'll have the little turkey sitting there. I'll have like little bits of holiday decorations scattered throughout the background in the game and stuff. I love that. Let's go. Look at the snow and the snowman and the little hat and everything. And there's my favorite character. I love him. I love it. I love his personality. Clay's good. Good morning. Good morning, Clay. Did you sleep well? I did. It took ages for you to fall asleep. I was too excited thinking about our adventure. But I slept really well. Happy to hear that. Tia, did you sleep? Excuse me. She passed out right after she had some soup. I hoped that Lady Cassiopeia would send me signs for my divine mission in my dreams. Did she? I don't remember. Sounds like you slept well then. Anyhow, I see you had time to prepare the quest. Wonderful. Let's get started. Let's take this one step at a time. Clay, I was looking forward to some soup. Then I hope you like lentils. I left some with your purple friend and told him to keep an eye on it. He is totally gonna gobble that down. Well, I hope Andu enjoyed that soup. Yep. Thank you for feeding my familiar, Clay. Of course. Did you two enjoy your soup? Very much. Clay is quite the talented chef, even though eating it did make me very tired. And Tia is a very good cooking companion. It took a while to make, so we had a lot of time to talk. It was nice. What did you talk about? Friendship bracelets, I hope. I want to make a friendship bracelet one day. Like, I've never done that, and I know it's all the thing, especially with Taylor Swift and You're on Your Own Kid and all that noise. I would love to make like a cute friendship bracelet or two one day for friends. Not quite. Many things. Like I thought it'd be fun to make her niece one of the little dolls my granny taught me to make. The ones with the flower dresses and mini axes. I don't have any siblings or cousins, but Tia said she's going to make little star lamps for my parents' garden. Is that so? He offered to cook for my family. Then I can't offer to cook for his. My cooking skills are unimportant to my destiny. But I thought if I were to visit, it would be appropriate to bring some sort of thank you gift. And who wouldn't want some stars in their garden? Especially now. True. That sounds lovely. Have you ever visited the Highlands before? No, not thus far, though I have always wanted to. Our snow dragon building competitions are famous. Snow dragon. Like snowmen. Of course. I've never heard of those. Oh. But they do sound intriguing. When I was young, one of my favorite stories the Elysian told me was that of the ever-burning flame. It is said to have been a gift from Leviathan to the first mortals. Along with it, he bestowed the power of elemental manipulation upon his chosen. I vaguely recall there being another version of where one of his guardians stole the flame from him instead. Blasphemous hearsay is all that is. We should be thankful for the gifts he has given us. I've always wanted to pay my respects to the flame. And it just happens to still be burning in an ancient temple in the Highlands. Are you going to meet some priests out there, like Ophelia or Temenos, perhaps? Since they are part of the Flamebringer Church. But that's a whole nother universe, but that's where my mind went. Talking about, you know, flames and ancients and all that stuff, so. Keeping the hope of Asteria alive for eternity. So I'm looking forward to seeing it in person sooner rather than later, and with a local guide, no less. Ooh. I've never visited it before either, but I once went to the Autumn Glow Festival in Varika. You can see the temple from there. The Autumn Glow Festival? What's that about? I'm sure he can tell you all about another time. Please, let's get back to the quest. I have one more question. Hi, Kay. Happy Friday? Yes, it's Friday. How are you? Fine. One more. Oh gosh, chat. What do we ask her? Should we ask her favorite color, food, or animal? She's gonna think it's pointless, but I still wanted to ask. I didn't know what kind of questions the barkeep or the innkeep would have for her. Oh, I kind of want to ask what her favorite animal is, just because we were talking about animals and ornaments earlier. Doing okay, and you? I'm good today. And okay is okay. I'm just glad I got some semblance of a little bit better sleep. Really, it's just sinus stuff that's been keeping Spirit and I awake. Just all the stuffiness and bad nasal snoring and blah, all that funky stuff. I'm just trying to keep both of us well for the holidays, considering we have like all of our like friend group events this weekend. Sleep is good. You got napping today. Let's go. Naps are good. But yeah, it's gonna be chilly here today too. I mentioned this earlier, but it's supposed to, like, the wind chill's supposed to get down to like the teens tonight. Like, it's like it's the first week of December and it's already going hard with the cold. Like, my word. I'm gonna ask what her favorite animal is. Why? I'm curious. I'm not sure. I've never been asked that before. You don't know what your favorite animal is? No. Do the dragons count? Not sure if you want to call a dragon an animal. You're right. That would be blasphemous. It would also be correct. And funny, but their egos wouldn't take it. Tia, we have to figure out what your favorite animal is. Why? It doesn't matter. Of course it does. Getting to know yourself is one of the most wonderful experiences in the universe. I know myself. And yet you don't know what your favorite animal is. But don't worry, we'll figure it out together. Clayton's so stinking wholesome. I love him. Yes, he is. His 30 feels like 18 right now. Gosh. I don't even know how cold it is. I just know it's cold today. It's sunny, but it is cold. I also feel like I have this weird popping in my ear. Like I told you guys, my hearing has been affected by all the weather changes and everything. 39 feels like 37. Good gosh. Sheesh. Yeah, I love Clay. He's great. Doesn't that sound fun to you? It doesn't. But, thank you. Of course. Now, the quest. Of course. She put up with our questions, so. Should I add a quest about finding out what your favorite animal is? Yes. I love that his eyes sparkle. He got so happy. Oh, he's so good. He's such a big cinnamon bun. Temp is close to ours. Crazy, right? It's so chilly. No. Don't worry, innkeeper. I'll put one together myself. Thank you, Clay. So I'm assuming you're going together? Unfortunately, I was going to go alone, but Clay insisted on coming along. Why is that unfortunate? It's a very dangerous quest, and he is not practiced in the ways of a divine warrior. Could you imagine if he tried to befriend some bleak stalkers? That'd make for a fun story, I think. And if you really want to do this alone, you could just go by yourself. Aw. Has she become fond of Clay's companionship? Who would make her soup, then? Exactly. That makes sense. Plus, I need to meet those bleak stalkers. I've never seen any before, and I can't wait to find out what they like to eat. You. They like to eat you. Oh no. Only if they're hungry. Could you at least try to be reasonable? I am. Local creatures can be very helpful. I know they can be dangerous too. Of course, it's important to have your guard up so you can defend yourself if they're scared. Generally, if you approach anything non-violently, they'll like you more. Maybe the innkeeper can give us some extra charisma too so we can convince them to help us out. I could offer you some honey flowers as well. They can be very inspiring, even to bleak stalkers. I think so, at least. I've never tested that one out, actually. We could test it for you. Nonsense. We need to head into this knowing we'll have to fight our way through. The name Bleak Stalkers doesn't exactly inspire confidence in their hospitality. Not to mention there could very well be even more dangerous monsters roaming the abandoned Everbloom. We need to refresh our strength and hope that our mortal weapons will be enough to damage them. If that's of concern, I could offer you some citron. It's infused with the divine properties that'll bless your weapon strikes. With a little help from the dragons, no creature should be able to withstand you, no matter how bleak. Citron can only be found deep within Forbidden Valley. How would you even have access to that? Oh, you know. No, I don't. Someone gave it to us, I think, but I forget who brought it to us. Anyway, I think both of your strategies could work. Strength and citron will let you fight your way through danger in no time. But the right mix of defense, charisma, and honey flowers might offer a more unconventional solution. Can you help us decide? I don't want to argue. Sure. Oh. Andu, you owe me soup. You owe me soup! You are precious and adorable, but you owe me soup. Precious baby. Well... Okay, so strength and charisma. I forgot what they said this is, but they said it was citron, I guess, to help through any kind of creature. I want to go the unconventional way, though. I really do. So I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go unconventional because you never know. Okay, so we need something that has a lot of strength or a lot of defense with a little bit of charisma, but then this also has agility. This has more charisma than it does defense. That has more strength. That's intelligence. Charisma, intelligence. I guess if anything, it would help going off of whatever the infusion is first. Let me see. I said honey flowers? Yeah, honey flowers. Okay, so we'll go with that. It might actually be the first snow. We might actually make the first snow. Because it does have a bit of... Well, no, because it actually has more agility than it does. Well, no, because that's okay, because it only needs, like... I'm still trying to figure this out. It's like a drop of charisma. So I'm really thinking the first snow would be good for them. For this matter. And plus, I'm pretty sure I've made the first snow with the, with the golden flowers before. So we'll try that. It's like a little bit of charisma, a whole lot of defense. One bit of agility. Would you like some agility, Andu? To go with that soup you ate so heartily earlier. My sweet little bottomless hole dragon. Ay. Man, I wanted to try Clay's lentil soup. Whatever that is. That sounds delicious. Alright, and then a whole lot of defense. Alright. That looks like that should do us, though. Ding ding! How about that? I would love to hear the story about you befriending those bleak stalkers. Or at the very least, how their teeth were no match against your armor, or your pecs. Plus, this worked well for you last time, Tia. Let's hope I'll be lucky again. Fine, I trust your judgment, Innkeeper. Good, you should. Thank you for all your help, Innkeeper, but we should get going now. Indeed. Wait, why are you in such a hurry? Yesterday I met Fable at the farmer's market and they helped me pick out the right vegetables for the soup. And then they invited me to their barbecue on the 31st of Cassiopeia. So we need to make it back in time for that. You can always leave early if it takes too long. And what about you? What about me? You're also coming. I have to work. You also have to eat. Saving the world is bound to make you hungry. And you might even have fun. Who knows? I will consider it. We're gonna melt the cold exterior, the cold stoic exterior of Elethea yet. Let's hurry then. Let's. Innkeeper, can you let Fable know we'll be back in time? Of course. I'll let them know as soon as they grace my tavern with their presence again. Oh yeah, Grace should know too. I think she's bringing her famous fortune nuggets. I'll tell her as well. I wish you a successful quest. It shall be so. See you soon. Oh, I love the holiday decorations. They even have poinsettias and a little ribbon tied on the tentacle. Lord. Hi. Greetings, innkeeper. Hello, Archie. Good to see you again. It is always a delight to be here. It makes me feel like I'm part of something bigger already. I'm glad to hear that. Speaking of which, were you able to help those farmers out? Oh, yes. Talking to Fable was truly inspiring. They were so right. The farmers really had no interest in gold or other riches. So instead, I helped them with reconstructing their land, barns, houses, with my own 2 hands. I even got some blisters from it. Remnants of my first ever heroic deed. Very exciting and painful. Now that I think about it, do you have a recipe for a drink that can help out in this specific situation? I want to be able to help with every single farmer with ease. I want to lift the heaviest logs and steel myself with the most stubborn splinters. You're right. A drink like that is still missing from my recipe book. Let me think of something. Oh, thank you dearly. Steel tonic. Nice, we have a new drink. When I was making my way to your tavern, I was passing an astounding duo of adventurers. A stunning seraph and a massive half-giant. They were so utterly impressive. I aspire to be like them someday. Feels like I'm in a book, like I delved headfirst in one of those stories on my bookshelf. Magic and adventure surrounding me with every step, and unknown lurking dangers in the shadows. This is all so exciting. But now I'm just daydreaming. Originally, I came here seeking one of your magical drinks. Of course. What would you like? Preferably something to help me defend myself from devious dangers, like splinters in my hands. The drink I had last time did. Well, I presume it did something, but those splinters were a real nuisance, I'll tell you that. I got you. Don't worry. Alright. Are we gonna make the new drink, though? I want to make the new drink. Oh. With the steel tonic running through your veins, you can become the buff party tank of your dreams. Its cooling qualities, mixed with a surprisingly spicy aroma, boost your vitality to new heights and leaves you impenetrable to damage. That is, if they are even fast enough to hit you. Okay, yeah, I definitely like the steel tonic, because all we have to do is just give them something that has high defense. So, absolutely. But we are going to have to consider our add-ons. Okay. I think this should work, though. Because defense plus strength. That's charisma. Okay, we need 2 bits of strength. 1 more of agility. And then 2 more of defense. Right? No? Oh, because it minus... well. Here you go, Undo. There you go, baby. Right, well, at least we don't lose the infusion. Okay, so we've got to put in 2 of these to make up for the minus. Okay. One more strength. And 2 defense. I think this should do it. Yeah, steel tonic. You want a drink? You want a drink? There you go. Alright, ding ding. Oh, look at that. Protection against your arch nemesis, splinters. Here you go. Ha! I can already feel my skin getting tougher. Helping people grow calluses is my secret party trick. Maybe I should bring my friend here someday. Your drink mixing magic is quite peculiar, really. Oh, your friend? Is he from Winmore as well? That is correct. I've known him since we were kids. Mostly due to our parents being of similar wealth and influence, I think we were kind of chosen to be friends. We decided to write each other letters when he is not here in Zenith. He's actually in kind of a dire situation right now. You see, he's a diplomat, deeply involved with the whole Diria mainland negotiations. Due to him nearly getting kidnapped during his last business trip to Diria, he decided to fire his entire personal security crew. If you ask me, his reaction was a little over the top, but I don't interfere with his decisions, so... Now he doesn't have any bodyguards, and I would like to help him. But honestly, I have no clue what I should do. He definitely doesn't need my money, just like the farmers didn't. He's got more than enough as it is. I mean, if you're brave enough, you could volunteer to be his bodyguard. Splendid idea. I like how you think, innkeeper. But I don't know if I'd be strong enough. With your magically infused drinks, he might need more protection than I could offer. Well, I still do that thing with the quests. Oh, you're right. I could just hang up a quest on your pinboard. And then some brave adventurers will offer to help us out. My friend means the world to me. I would never forgive myself if something happened to him. So you're looking for the best bodyguards in Zenith? Absolutely. Well, I already have some folks in mind that are more than qualified to do the job. Let's just hope my quest writing skills are enough to attract just the right people. Archie reminds you of Professor McGonagall? Good. In a way. I feel like Archie reminds me of someone else as well, but I can't put my finger on who. Do you write a lot? No. Yes. Sometimes. I love to write stories about cunning and courageous adventurers. Somehow they always manage to get out of the most dreadful situations by cheating death multiple times. But that's, well, writing doesn't really fit the image of a heroic adventurer himself, does it? Yeah, it does. Why would I dream of other people's journeys if I could live the tales myself? You've got a fair point. Also, it's always easier to write about things you've experienced firsthand. Absolutely. Well, I can't wait to see my friend again and help him out. I'll be more than prepared. Fable also offered to teach me how to use a bow. How could I say no to such an enticing offer, getting taught by the Fable of the Ashen Grove themselves? It's more than I ever could have dreamed of. I also mentioned another friend of theirs, an imposing Vukakin lady named Carolyn. Do you know her by any chance? Oh, Lynn? Yes, I know her quite well. She's a regular. A regular? Oh, innkeeper, you're just full of surprises. This tavern is full of hidden treasures. Apparently Lady Carolyn is bored because her newest protege is on a mission and hasn't returned yet, so she'll be joining my training with Fable. Oh, you're in for a ride. Oh, is she talking about, Melly? How thrilling. I nearly can't contain my excitement. But for now, I've got to think of the right words for the job posting. Don't worry about that. Assembling quests for patrons is one of my services. Really? That would be so helpful. I got you. You'll have the perfect crew of bodyguards for your friend assembled in no time. Trust me. Thank you so much, and also thank you for the drink. Coming here is always a delightful source of inspiration. I'm always happy to help. Until then, innkeeper. See you next time, adventurer. Oh. Hi. You're new. Heya, how's it going? Hello, come on in. This is a cute little tavern, I'm not gonna lie. Wasn't that convinced from the outside, but the interior is really adorable. I'm glad. Are you accustomed to more opulent exteriors? For sure, but I do enjoy the cozy feeling of a simple tavern. You know, it's good being away from the hustle and bustle of the big city sometimes. I get that. Are you new in town? I am. How did you know? It's been a while since I last saw a phantasm around here. That's all. I just took a guess. Ah, I see. I came here straight from the capital. Just needed a moment to breathe, you get me? Oh, I do. That's why I settled here, on the outskirts of Zenith. This town is big enough for me to never run out of work, but small enough to not feel overwhelmed. Yeah, exactly. So, you run this business in Keep? Correct. Just me, my familiar, and this tavern. Oh, and all the regulars that come here, of course. Of course. And with whom do I have the pleasure today? Perhaps one of my next regulars? Nice subtle hinting. Who knows? Maybe. The name's Voyage, but you may call me Voy. Ooh. Alright, Voy. What can I do for you today? Well, I mean, a drink would be the way to go, I suppose. This theme, though. And it kind of looked like he's carrying a lute or a shamisen of some sort. He's got some kind of musical instrument. Wait, don't tell me you haven't heard of me. This is a theme, though. Not yet, I'm afraid. I suppose I should have? I'm the Voy, the famous bard. Ring any bells? Nope. Well, I guess you'll have to get to know me then. And what better way to do so than with a fine drink made by the finest innkeeper? Oh, they're flirtatious. You're a real sweet talker, aren't you? I guess I am. Yeah. There's something specific you would like? No. Surprise me with something that'll make me even more irresistible, like a real Prince Charming. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Something with a whole lot of charm, huh? Ooh, what do we have new? Oh, I either want to make him a sunny breeze. What else do we have? That's intelligence, that's strength. Oh, Sunny Breeze is very popular amongst bards and rangers. You know, we actually haven't been able to make a Sunny Breeze all that much, so boop. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this will need an infusion of some sort. Let's see. I can either put this in, or let's make it with this. It doesn't matter which one it is, as long as we have exactly what we need. Alright, and another swig of intelligence. Would you like some intelligence on, do? It matches your color, though. You're still my precious little bottomless derp, so. And then a whole lot of charisma. There we go. Now we got the Sunny Breeze. Ding ding! May this drink give you an untwistable silver tongue. Oh, this is good. Nearly as good as my musical talent. I have a feeling this drink might influence your next performance. Will it boost my charisma even further? You'll have to wait and see. Let's just say you might want to come back afterwards to get another drink. Oh, now you're teasing me. How about you tell me more about you now? Didn't you want me to get to know you better? Hold on tight to your counter, Innkeep, because I'm about to knock your socks off. Bring it on. So, right in front of you is the one and only Voy. Traveler of lands, stealer of hearts, and the most famous bard in all of Pessoa. Not only because of his immaculate talent, but also because of his good looks, I might add. Okay. I'm fairly impressed. Of course you are. Might ask for an autograph later then. What brings you here, Voy? As I said, I just needed a breath of fresh air. A short break from the big city. Is it hard being famous? Not really, no. Maybe a little bit sometimes. But making music and performing is my job and I absolutely love it. So it's not a big deal, really. It just makes me cherish the quieter moments. Makes sense to me. Would it be cool if I kept you and your little familiar company for a bit? Absolutely. Make yourself at home. Nice. Oh man, hang on. We got... Ooh. Wait. Wait, no way. Is this Quincy? Oh my gosh. I think this might be Quincy. Hold on. I want to look at this guy's profile real quick. I want to look at Voy's profile. For some of you that don't know out there, Quincy is... I think he's popular. He was very popular on TikTok. He also does stream. He streamed this game. I remember that. But he does what's called Quincy's Tavern, which is just a bunch of little intimate videos of him in a tavern setting as a tavern keep. Just giving little lessons, comforting moments, sharing food and recipes and things like that. Just being a charming, cozy tavern keep. Voy. Yeah, he is a bard. Chaotic good. Voy, short for Voyage, is a very famous bard working in the capital. He needed a short break from all the fame and troubles being a musician comes with, and ended up here in Zenith. He is a particularly flirty fellow, though he falters when you happen to match his energy. Of course, of course. That guy is awesome. He really is. He's so freaking cozy. So yeah, I think this is Quincy, so we'll see. Hello there, traveler. What can I get you? Usually it's my role to ask that, but given the circumstances, I'll humor you. It is him! Well, this is my tavern. And it has come a long way. Love the color of the walls. A new coat? It's been a good few years since my last renovation. But yes, I thought it was time to accept some change into my life. Thought so. What is life if not the constant changing of the self? How I missed your endless wisdom, Quincy. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, Quincy is absolutely awesome and adorable and precious. I love his good feel stuff. I can only imagine, innkeeper. You look like you might be in need of a refreshment. How about a drink? Yeah, long journey. Surprise me with something as charismatic as your little establishment. Okay, so we get to make something for Quincy now. Okay, he wants something with charisma, but I don't think I want to give him a sunny breeze. Ooh. I mean, I would. Because I feel like the sunny breeze would be, like, perfect for him. We could either do 1,000 Winds or Spoken Heart. I mean, I don't feel like Quincy would require what's necessary for a Spoken Heart, but at the same time, it would probably fit him. That's awesome. They put him in the game. Yes! That's so cool. Yeah, let's go with an old-fashioned Spoken Heart. And it would match him because of all of his attire. That's so cool. I could definitely see him doing this, though. Just good old-fashioned Spoken Heart. Ding ding. Here you go. Liquid charisma, my specialty. This tastes magical. Seems like you've improved a good deal since last time. Practice makes perfect, after all. Indeed. So, what brings you to this corner of the world? Ah, I'm looking for the feathers of a peculiar little bird. They're said to only reside in this neighborhood, or continent, rather. What bird? The golden loon. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but the golden loon? They're quite beautiful to behold. That can't be a feather, that has to be like a something. If I were you, I'd look for them near a big lake. That's where they usually hang out. But only in Pessoa. Hence why I came all this way. Plumage of gold, glistening in lights of day, a traveler's bold. That would be a very poetic way to greet them. Tell that to the stupid Song of Vigor Guild. They didn't like it. Nah, they don't like anything that isn't mainstream. Like subtext. But isn't that what lyrical works are all about? Pouring your heart and soul into something for others to take in. And if you push away the layers and read between the lines, will you find the true meaning? Exactly my thinking. It's just that now, I'm afraid that they'd laugh at me. I remember me as the bard without a heart, all because they don't understand. Maybe wheat? That could be a sprig of wheat in the glass. You know, there's nothing wrong with being afraid. Fear can sometimes keep us from danger. But something to keep in mind is that fear does not stop death, it stops life. Do you enjoy your art? Yeah, and I want others to enjoy it too. I, for one, greatly enjoy your golden loon haiku. Me too. Aw, innkeeper, thank you. Oh. You shouldn't base your value on whether people like what you create or not. Yeah. There'll always be those who don't get it, and those who find themselves in it. Do it for the people who appreciate your art, but most importantly, do it for yourself. That's one way to look at it. You know, I imagined all this so differently, way easier for sure. Quincy out here spitting facts, he is! See, that's what I liked about Quincy's shorts and his videos, is like, truly, like, he has such a gentle way of putting these kinds of things, of the, you know, of the real talk, of the, you know, the comfy wisdom that he likes to offer. Moving from Tregerid, the smallest of towns, to the big city, I'd always dreamt of joining the SOV Guild. And then they promptly rejected me. But I'm Voyage, and I don't give up because of things like that. I don't need a guild to get out there and share my music. All I need is me and my hagium. That's right. I've seen many people spend too much time giving attention to those who will never understand them. You're gonna have to check out his content. You should! You should, EK. Quincy's Tavern, typically. Of all things, I found him because someone shared his stuff on Facebook for the first time. But it's like, I think he's done TikTok, probably has a YouTube. I know he streams on Twitch, but he does like more game stuff while still having his tavern keeper persona and such. Still a really charming individual, for sure. My 2 cents. Live what you believe in and allow others to make their own decisions. That's what I'm doing. Good. But, unfortunately, I have to leave now. Gotta find those loons before it gets dark. It was nice having you around, Quincy. Until next time, and don't forget, take care of yourself, innkeeper. And be safe out there, Voyage. You too. Aw, he's so heckin' wholesome! Nice guy. Yes, he's an old friend. Didn't know you do friends. Perhaps we could be friends too, innkeeper. Not yet. Oh. Maybe one day. Hi. Welcome back. Quick, innkeep, your strongest drink. This is an emergency. What happened? Oh. It's absolutely urgent. Relationships are on the line. Not lives? Listen, Innkeep, I'll tell you the story, don't worry. But you gotta be a little patient because Baya really needs a drink first. Yes, please. What do you need? The same as last time? Oh, that one was really delicious. I'd love to taste it again, please. Got it. I'll get you something that'll make you feel as sturdy as tree bark again. Alright. Huh. This sounds like a new little tune. Interesting. Okay, I'm trying to think, because I think we're about to get into more story. I don't know if it's going to clear up in 5 minutes or not, even if I hit the snooze button. Alright. At the very least, I won't leave you guys without any music. This is interesting, though. This is like a different little tune I don't think we've heard yet before. But, we will go ahead and play our ads. As we do, try to only play 3 minutes of ads per hour to turn off pre-rolls. I try to time these in between the days and such, but it's better to at least leave you guys with some stuff, with some music playing. I encourage you all to take a stretch break, get a drink, get yourself a drink, get a snack. I'm probably gonna get myself a ginger ale because, you know, we're at a tavern making drinks, and what better to have than just something bubbly to sip on, so. But, let me make a decision of what drink I want to serve first. We've been serving all these complicated drinks. Let's go with the Frosted Lagoon. We haven't made that yet. I think that's what we made for her last time. I could be wrong. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I won't serve it up yet, but we'll go ahead and put it in there. And then defense. Yeah, ads to help out the stream, but another way you can help out the stream is, of course, if you wish to sub and get a cute emotes that you can use all across Twitch. Like Bullseye21 Shy, Dance, Cozy, Sit, Duck Sit, all that noise. Alright. Give Ondu a pet. Alright, I will leave y'all with the comfy music while the ads go off. About 3 minutes, and I will be right back. ads are over, so thank you very for your patience. Krista! How are you? Hugs, yes, we give hugs here. We absolutely give hugs here. And then, of course, lurkers give hugs too. Everybody likes hugs. Lurkers like hugs. All that noise. We do appreciate our lurkers. And our mod lurkers. Alright, got my ginger ale. Good stuff. I love having ginger ale this time of year. I truly do. Alright, ding ding! There you go. My strongest drink to the rescue. Thank you. This is... Good. Oh, thank the dragons. That pause made me so nervous. I really thought she would mess it up. Thanks for having so much faith in me, Una. You're welcome. And Baya, are you feeling better now? Yes. At least a little bit. That's good to hear. Please fill me in on the situation now. I've never seen you this upset, Baya, and you have to endure the Bloomtide Festival every year. You're right. So, I have this group of friends. They're girlfriends. We three have been inseparable for at least a few centuries. But now, we've got quite the colorful characters in our midst right now. It'd be a shame if someone took advantage of the sale on voice acting. Uh-oh. Very insensitive to ask an emotionally vulnerable and sweet girl what's troubling her, innkeeper. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. It's okay. How about I tell her what's going on, Baya? So you don't have to strain yourself. Thank you. Okay, so, sweet Baya over here has had a long-lasting group of friends, right? Right? They're a trio, inseparable for at least a few hundred years. There we go. Yes, reminder, voice acting is on sale. I've cut them in half of our regular prices and reduced the time for cooldowns for them. So if you guys want to make me voice act this game, which is going to be very heavy in text, now is your opportunity. But EK has redeemed 20 minutes, so I do appreciate that. This is going to be fun. Alright, let's go. And they're an adorable trio, might I add. The Swap Monster, the Banshee, and the Mari Morgan. Ah, yes, the Mari Morgan, the wrathful spirit that is known to drown men. I've heard she doesn't really differentiate between genders, though. Yep, that's right. Anyway, the Mari Morgan and the Banshee are a couple. Oh. So I figured. Have been for a while. I recall them coming by once or twice. But right now, how should I put it? They're in a domestic dispute. For some reason, the two have completely stopped talking to each other. They refuse to show up to Baya's monthly tea parties, insisting they'll only come if the other isn't invited. Why? I don't know. It's like they don't like each other anymore. And soon they won't like me anymore either. It does smell like a breakup. Let's not catastrophize. I don't want my friend group to fall apart. People have always left me because I scare them. I don't want them to leave me too. Now, I'm sure they won't. Say something, innkeeper. Even if they do break up, you'll be fine. You'll find new friends, I'm sure of it. Now, that's reassuring. I'm just trying to be realistic. Don't listen to her. But... what if she's right? What if they do break up? What if they really leave me? I just wish there was something I could do. to help them. If I might add my 2 cents real quick. Hi, I'm Voy. That's short for Voyage. You might have heard of me before. I'm pretty famous. No. Doesn't ring any bells, sorry. Anyway. So, Baya, that's your name, right? Mm-hmm. What's keeping you from getting to know other people? Like, you seem really chill. Well, usually everyone's afraid of me. But the innkeeper has always been nice to me. I trust them. And I've known Una for a while now. Didn't she pick endangered flowers from your backyard last time you met? Yes. The bouquet was really cute. I know, right? You meet a lot of people when you travel across the lands looking for potential clients and work. And honestly, I've seen stranger creatures than her in my years as an adventurer. But it's also really cute under all that moss and kelp. Oh. Shush. I mean, you might look a little terrifying, that's true. But maybe you just have to figure out how to get through to people. I'm sure they want to be your friends. I don't know about that. Usually they try to burn me. Luckily I don't scar easily. Oh, what a nice metaphor. Might have to use that in a new song if you don't mind. People hurting you over and over again just because they're afraid. Exes leaving you, but you always manage to get over them. It's not a metaphor. Once every few moons, people surround me with torches and pitchforks. Oh. Ah, well, that's unfortunate. You don't say, kid. But honestly, I know how you feel. Sometimes facing people is terrifying when you feel so different. But there's always something to love about everyone, like my handsome smile or enchanting voice. Maybe people would enjoy my spa. You run a spa? That's fantastic. Yes. You should come visit sometime. Voy, that's short for voyage. Just Voy is fine. Do you want to come too, Una? I'd love to, yes. There's nothing more soothing for old bones than a nice swamp bath. Do you get a lot of customers? No. None. Maybe I can change that. Let me advertise your spa at my next performance. I would love that. Thank you. No worries, Baya. But let's get back to your girlfriends. Innkeep, don't you know someone that could help them out? The situation is kind of tricky. They might need a mediator. I can absolutely hang up a quest for you if you want. That would be great. Thank you so much. Of course, making my patrons happy is part of my job. Now who's the sweet talker, huh? But now I have to wait, right? Yes, unfortunately. How about you show us around your spa in the meantime? It would be my pleasure. And once we're back, there will be a solution for your 2 friends. No pressure. There's a millennium-long relationship on the line, remember that. Absolutely no pressure. I'll see what I can do. Thank you. See you then, Innkeep. Yeah, see ya! Oh, I can't wait to feel how smooth my skin is after a mud mask. You think I can take my crochet hook with me? Again, quite a colorful cast of characters. Alright, we pause. Alright, it's time to make some new quests. Very nice. Yeah, we put a pause on the timer since we're not going to be doing any voice acting. Good stuff. Okay. Mari Morgan and the Banshee. Oh, we've had a thing about the Mari Morgan and the Banshee for a while, haven't we? Because we've heard about the Shivermare. Doo-doo. Like, we have some matching pieces of paper. And I think in the demo that we played, this normally would mean that these would be together for a quest. But I don't think that's the case this time around. This is just different scraps of paper. I guess let's try this. Hang on. Oh. So I wonder, it says I can, like, I guess if I put these together, I put 3 pieces of paper together, it means I can make a quest. Alright, Lagoon of Tranquility. Alright, we got that one. Yay, crochet! That's true, she did have a crochet hook for an arm attachment. Very specific. Let's see. Well, Archie was talking about Daria earlier. But then... Like, I think these 3 might go together, but they all seem to be different things. Nothing else makes sense, and they have us making one more quest. So I guess let's try this. Okay. There. End of the day. We need Andu. Even though we ate my share of lentil soup. Dadgummit. Alright. It takes 2 or 3. Okay. And to a stink. And then the little snow falling in the background. Case closed. Okay. Alright, here we go. Vistella's best detective duo has returned! Welcome back, Melly and Malachite. Jean? I'm calling him Aura now. Because he's giving you migraines? No, because of his gloomy aura, of course. Well then, Melly, it's good to have you two back in town. I assume you were able to solve the mystery surrounding the missing familiars? Yes! With the help of my trusty assistant, I was able to figure it out. That's remarkable, I have to say. Good thing you went with her, Aura. It was a dangerous mission. Did you encounter a T-Rex? Of course not, but we were nearly burned alive. That's not what I would have expected. You must always expect life to double-cross you. I'm glad you both made it back in one piece. But I'm curious, what was the reason behind those vanishing familiars? Do I need to worry about Ondu disappearing too? How about we tell you what happened in Zoford, but only in exchange for 2 free drinks? I can see you've learned a thing or two on your first big mission. Ara taught me how to be more cunning. Only the basics. No need to be so humble. You taught her well. What kind of drink would you like? Excuse me. What kind of drink would you like today, Melly? I want something... Something that'll polish my investigative and deductive skills. A drink that'll make me even smarter than I am now, so no mysterious case like this one will ever be unsolvable for me. Coming right up. Alright. What do we got? Something with some intelligence. Let's make the peak sunrise. Next time we'll make the fizzing nebula. Alright. Boop. Pause because we're not acting. Man, how's everybody liking this so far? Again, we probably still have a few hours left in this, and we also have the DLC to think about as well. But I do believe there are 3 acts for the whole of the game, and then of course the finale. Okay. I think we can do this. I do also hope my voice acting does not disappoint. And 1 shot of charisma. And a little bit more agility. And then a whole lot of intelligence. There we go. Peak sunrise. It's super cute. Voice acting makes it better. Good. I do enjoy getting to flex my voice from time to time. I do indeed. Alright, ding ding. Let's see if this will make your brain cells multiply. Thank you. Let me try. Oh, this is good. I can already feel it. I'm going to be completely unstoppable. Oh no. Oh yes. Initially I wanted to sit this one out, but I might actually need a drink now. It would be my pleasure if it means that I get to hear your story. Also, I'm longing for another one of your little secrets. Right, we made a deal. Correct, correct. So what will it be today? Maybe something that'll help me counter her verbal attacks now that she's linguistically invincible. So the usual. Alright, give me a second, I'll be right back. Okay, so... usual is a spoken heart. That is what we call the usual. And it'll be really quick. Won't lose any time. Ah. This is your kind of chill game. Good. I'm glad y'all like it. This should make things easier for you. Oh. I can see it in his face. Is it that bad? Huh? No, silly, he likes it. You can clearly see it in the way his scarf is moving. Ah, I see. My deductive skills aren't that bad after all. You think you could teach me a thing or two sometime? Of course. Then we'll be a trio. The detective, our trusty assistant, and the curious apprentice. I like the sound of that. It's been a while since I've been an apprentice. I don't remember being asked if I wanted to be a part of this. I couldn't have completed the quest without you. Also, Being a detective's trusty assistant is an honorable duty. And I'm glad you came with me.
Of course. Couldn't let you walk headfirst into the open maw of a hungry T-Rex. Did you actually encounter a T-Rex in Zoford? No, don't be silly. For a moment I thought you just shared one of your many secrets with me. Right. I guess I owe you one of those now. My hair isn't actually all black. I know. That's not a secret. I can clearly see the white streak. Anyways. Oh. I skipped a piece of dialogue. But now, please, I'm dying to know what happened in Zoford.
So, thanks to the golden feathers, we made it to Zoford in the blink of an eye.
I don't think I've ever felt that fast in my life.
It was like he had the zoomies. They helped us remain unseen, too.
Thanks to your drink, we were able to sneak around the city without attracting too much attention.
But those ghosts were the clue we needed. I knew we'd find something at the docks, so we made our way there.
She was right. In the dead of night, just hours after we had left your tavern, we spotted a peculiar dog roaming near the water.
We watched it as it tried to sneak onto a cargo ship.
It behaved weird, undog-like.
It hid behind some barrels and kept looking left and right before it started to sneak on board. I never seen a dog do that before.
It looked like it didn't know how to be a dog. It didn't use its nose, its ears.
It was just off. We watched as one of the workers noticed the dog and scared it away. But my investigative senses were tingling. So we started asking around. As detectives do when they want to collect some evidence.
A few people said they had also seen some animals with odd behaviors. Most of them thought they had some kind of illness, like rabies. Or that they were spirits disguised in animal forms, sent by a sea witch. So they stayed away and minded their own business.
Not very high-class detective of them, but they made for fine witnesses.
Apparently there's something like a weekly get-together for all the town's familiars. We decided to check it out.
And? We managed to track down a few of the participating familiars to get more insight.
Someone wants to increase the timer. Y'all got it.
It was a little tricky, since none of them wanted to get to talk to us first. I think they were a bit wary of strangers.
It also seems to be difficult for familiars to speak to people they don't know. Must have something to do with their magical abilities.
With our combined charm and charisma, Ara and I were finally able to gain the trust of one of them. And then they told us something strange. They said all those familiars that went missing seemed to have been in contact with one particular magician. So of course we had to pay that wizard a visit. Preferably when he wasn't in town.
I think that's called burglary. Finding out what his address was child's play. Apparently he's quite popular among the people of Zoford.
It just took Ara a little bit of well-executed bribery to find the mage's home.
Did you take some notes?
I did. Prepare yourself to be my next test subject, innkeeper.
I'm excited to see how much you've learned.
You'll be surprised. Flabbergasted. Gobsmacked.
Very well. Your drink really did wonders. We managed to break in without anyone noticing.
It was so exciting. We snuck around looking for evidence, maybe a hidden ritualistic chamber or something like that.
And did you find one?
Sadly, no. But we found his office with the door open. Inside were a lot of books and different kinds of animals and familiars.
We figured he just loved animals, or at least needed the knowledge for something else.
As any world-class detective would, I also checked his trash can.
And? Did you find anything?
Well, nothing to help solve the case. But I did find something that you'd like between all that shredded paper. It looked like a recipe for a magical drink, just like the ones you serve. Ta-da!
That's very useful. Ooh. Silent owl.
That's what I thought. Anyways, Aura and I continued our search for clues. His office also had books about common and uncommon diseases in animals, so we were kinda had a connection to the reported cases of rabies.
I thought it was a bit of a stretch, not that I could change her mind.
That wasn't all we found. Next to his desk in a small cupboard were his diaries. They were all full of notes and spells that I didn't understand.
Something about transmutational magic. While she studied his diaries, I rummaged through his belongings and scrolls. I had absolutely no clue what any of them meant until I found something of interest. Detailed instructions on how to unbind a familiar from their services. Ooh.
A thought began to manifest itself in my brain, though I couldn't quite grasp it yet. But somehow my instincts told me I had all the information I needed. I just had to stitch everything together.
Kind of like what I do when I assemble quests for my patrons.
Exactly! But right when I tried getting to it, we heard the front door squeak and creak and someone entered the house.
We tried to hide, of course, but...
We hadn't been quick enough with our investigation. And definitely not subtle either. The whole place looked super chaotic. The wizard immediately knew something was off.
And a potentially dangerous person on high alert is even more dangerous, so we had to be on our guard.
Or hid under the table, but I had other plans. I managed to jump on a bookshelf and wedge myself right on top under the ceiling. So I was hidden, but could still see the whole room.
Good call.
Heh. I watched as a magician barged in, but he wasn't alone. He was accompanied by a lizard, a colorful bird, and a two-headed sheep.
Oh no, not one of those again.
Huh?
It's nothing. Please continue.
It was so weird. The bird didn't know how to fly, the lizard walked on two legs, and the sheep's two heads always looked in the same direction. As if they all didn't know how to be real animals, just like the dog from the ducks. But now we had proof. The weird animals were definitely connected to the weird wizard. And as if the wizard noticed something, he stopped and said to the animals, "No, you three, get out of here. I don't want you to get in trouble or hurt."
I'm trying to fake a wizard's voice as a cat girl, but whatever. I already had my fingers wrapped around the handle of my knife, ready to strike. I'm sure he felt my murderous intent. But it does sound like he cared about those animals.
That's what I thought too. As soon as they had left the room, I saw him create a ball of flames in his hand. He was ready to strike. And I knew I had to do something. He would have done horrible things to Aura. So I meowed.
Like a cat?
Uh-huh. I pretended to be a cat. And somehow it worked, even though I was wearing clothes. The wizard turned around and saw me on top of the bookshelf. His features turned from worried to soften in a millisecond, and he said, "Oh, little rascal, how did you get in here? Did I lock you in? You must be terribly scared." And I was scared, but not for the reason he thought. So I just meowed a second time, as you do when you're pretending to be a cat.
As you do. Nope. Alright, we go Agane, because someone else redeemed it. Thank you guys for that.
And then he said very politely, "Would you please come down from here? This room isn't a place for little cats. Then I can offer you a cup of milk instead." And that was a very tempting offer, so as any cat would, I answered, "No, but I would love some chocolate milk."
Oops. Oops.
I kinda forgot that cats don't usually speak. Needless to say, his face was priceless. But then his hand started to light up again.
I immediately knew she was in danger, so I broke every possible rule the Thieves Guild taught me and just popped up from underneath the table. Well, that was very brave of you. Don't know if I'd have been so fearless. Well, I had to. The wizard turned around. He was surprised, maybe even scared. He was also ready to fire at me. I already saw my life flashing before my eyes.
And before I could even think about it, I yelled, We know you don't mean any harm. You're just trying to protect those familiars, right? Apparently I hit a nerve. He stopped right in his tracks.
I took advantage of that moment and tried to explain why we were in his home in the first place. I told him everything about the quest, the familiars, the weird dog. Usually I'm not very good with words, but... well, your drink definitely did what it was supposed to. I don't know how, but would think we managed to de-escalate the situation. He looked panicked before that, as if he was being chased. Maybe he actually expected people to come after him.
Hearing all the clues out of Our's mouth kind of flipped a switch in my brain. And I could see the truth right in front of me. Suddenly, everything made so much sense. I jumped down from the shelf and began my conclusion. It is clear to me that you, the accused, do not have ill intentions. However, that does not make you innocent. You're still involved in the disappearance of some familiars.
She was walking back and forth while she gave her speech. Needless to say, the wizard and I were equally confused.
You're fond of animals, and as such, also familiars, while I don't know anything about magic. I have heard the term transmutational before. Who hasn't, honestly? It's a broadly used term.
That right there was a blatant lie.
So I, the world's greatest detective, have concluded. You are turning familiars into animals, or at least you're making them look like animals. You were also accompanied by some of those turned familiars, and you cared for their safety. That means they are here of their own free will. So by turning them into animals, you did them a favor. They wanted to be transmuted. But now their patrons and the other familiars can't reach them anymore. And they're worried that something bad happened to them, and that's why they're here. Case closed.
That's pretty impressive. And you figured that out all by yourself?
Yep. The magician was also really impressed. I totally hit the nail on the head.
I explained again that we were just there to investigate. But if that, it was also necessary for the familiars and their friends and families to talk to each other. The remaining familiars wanted an explanation, as well as their former mages. The wizard and I felt guilty for doing something behind their backs, of course. Turns out the familiars were unhappy in their dragon-like bodies and much preferred feeling like real animals. They were afraid of telling their patrons and familiar friends, so none of their remaining acquaintances knew what had happened. Of course they expected the worst. Why else would your friends just leave you alone and disappear without a trace? Yeah.
But obviously none of them wanted to continue on like that, so we helped set up a meeting for them to talk it out. And they did. All the magicians were very understanding, if a little sad to lose their connections. The other familiars were also welcomed them with open arms, even though they were a little confused at first. They needed a while to understand why their friends wanted to be animals. But I think they got it eventually.
So, all in all, it sounds like a very successful quest.
Absolutely.
I'm glad you got to uncover the truth.
Me too. The magician even decided to give us something in return for helping him.
Neither of us have any use for it, so we wanted you to have it.
Don't say that. That makes it sound like a bad gift, and it's not.
What is it then?
It's a Ring of Beasts story with a lost familiar inside of it.
Ooh.
He found it a little while ago, but its patron never showed up. We named it Renu.
Melina can't take care of it, and I have my sheepfish, Rufus. New pet? But you have Ondu, so you may already know how to take care of a mini dragon. Oh, I absolutely do. He might enjoy some company. So thank you two very much. It's Renu, I tamed another familiar. Look at the baby!
Look at the little chunk!
Oh, how cute. Why don't you come sit down on the table, on the counter? Could absolutely give you some pets. What a baby. We have no familiar. Can I give you pets? Oops. He's just so content sitting up there. Alright. I accidentally skipped his dialogue, but oh well.
Or is it that you get lonely without him?
He's my pet. I need to take care of him. Don't worry, I'm sure Fable did a good job. Though it's nice to see how much you care for your pet. He's been my only friend since my parents died a long time ago.
Oh. Were they also eaten by zombies?
No. They were burned alive. Jeez.
Oh. Oh no.
I remember it as if it was yesterday. It was late afternoon, and my parents wanted to visit the adjacent village to buy some grain. But they never returned. I wanted to look for them. But when I got to the village, every house, every barn, and even the ground was ablaze. I heard yelling, people screaming in pain, pleading for help. And my parents were nowhere to be found. A few of the survivors confirmed they had seen them earlier that day, before the fire. I later found out the perpetrator was the pretentious son of a noble family. He had a disagreement with a farmer over some payments and instead paid a bunch of criminals to set fire to his barn. But the fire spread uncontrollably and devoured everything in its path, including innocent lives. Just like it did today.
That's awful. I'm sorry, Aura.
It's alright. I bottled up all my emotions and combined them into desire.
For a family?
For revenge.
Oh. But that sounds like a lonely desire, though. And you haven't found any friends since then?
No. The people in the Thieves Guild helped me survive, but they weren't particularly keen on friendship. So I just chose the lonely path that was meant for me.
That's not very nice of them. But now you have me.
And?
We're best friends now.
Aw.
And accomplices. And we can found our own guild. Like a detectives guild.
No.
Give us a few more quests and we'll be the most famous detectives in all of Pessoa.
I'm sure of that.
Hi.
Ooh, what kind of voice would Hex have? That's a good question. Trying to picture it. There's so many different personalities and likes or likenesses and such. Excited. Ha ha ha. I'll try. And a good mythical morning to you, innkeeper. This time it's actually still morning. But that doesn't mean it's also morning somewhere else in the world as well. Of course not.
That's a really cute hat you're wearing. Thanks. Can I try it on sometime?
Only if you tell me your name.
A fellow master of bribery, I see. But there's nothing more you could possibly teach me. A world-class detective like me doesn't need extra lessons in bribery.
So you're a detective?
Yes. The best detective in all of Pessoa, I might add. I'm Melina, by the way, but you can call me Melly.
Happy to make your acquaintance, Melly. I'm Hexagon Hex, but you can call me Hex.
Like, by your last name?
No, Hex. As in short for Hexagon, obviously.
Ah.
And who's that grim-looking fellow next to you?
Oh, him? They look grouchy, but they're my world-class assistant.
Not by choice.
His name is Aura.
I'm sure it is, yes. Nice to meet you, Aura.
think you've got enough information out of me. Can I try now?
That's a tricky one. You see this little star pendant at the tip of my hat?
Uh-huh.
It classifies me as a wizard of the primordial sea. A silver one, I might add. One of the Leviathan.
He blows bubbles!
Oh my gosh, the new familiar blows bubbles, and he does a big yawn and stretch. What a good boy. Sorry, I got distracted. A silver one, I might add. One of Leviathan's most trusted confidants.
Ooh.
And all of his knowledge is directly transmitted to anyone with a hat like mine. In particular, silver stars like me have access to that information that, leaked to the masses, would break the order of this world.
Oh, wow!
But every silver star has to go through extensive mental training. Such amounts of knowledge that would drive any mortal without proper training insane.
No.
So I can't let you try on my hat without endangering your life. And I couldn't forgive myself if I were the reason for Soa's best detective went mad.
That is very honorable of you.
Squirrel.
But I, the great detective Melina, have concluded that you, Hexagon Hex, are nothing but a bad liar.
You're a great detective indeed. I honestly thought you were pretty convincing, Hex.
Thank you. Wait, did you actually believe him?
Of course not. I just happen to know a thing or two about the primordial sea. I've read a few books, heard some rumors, you know how it is. And I really doubt Leviathan would share his precious knowledge with a mere mortal. Nothing against you, Hex.
You got me there. I gotta say, you're really convincing.
I sure am.
Looks like even a great detective like me never stops learning. Honestly, you could have just told me no, though. I would have revealed my name even without promising a magic hat on the line.
But it's more fun this way.
I think honesty is also a very important skill to master.
Whatever you say, detective.
But Hex, what brings you here today?
Nothing really. I was just longing for another one of your drinks. You know, the kind that would flood my head with new ideas.
Leave it to
me. I have to remember, it's like if the middle person's that's speaking doesn't coincide, which I'm kind of glad that they also color the names of the adventurers so I can differentiate that.
Anyway, you want something with intelligence. Ooh. We can make him our new drink.
Alright.
Yeah, let's make him a silent owl.
Although, I guess that description is something else.
With the silent owl, you make the night your own. Its accentuated taste and hand-selected spices allow you to become the silhouette lurking in the shadows. A quick sip of this drink will grant you the sight, strength, and subtlety of a natural predator. I don't know.
I don't know if I want to give those kind of powers to Hex, but I want to make the new drink. Yeah, we'll stick with that. We'll see what comes of it and we'll deal with it. Okay. Could do crystal. You know, let's do this one. Because we haven't done this one before in a hot minute. Alright, so we got that. We need one more shot of intelligence. Got that. Then one shot of agility. And 2 things of strength. There we go. Silent owl. Ding ding. Very good. Kind of looks like the goblet has a little lock on it, kind of. Alright. There you go. That should do the trick. Huh. Let's see. Oh,
I can already feel it. All the ideas, they're manifesting in my brain. Honestly, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I guess we'll have to find out. Oh, can you maybe show me a magic trick? Just to test your abilities, I mean. Well, yes, of course I can. I'm glad you asked. You know, I'm a master of fire. Oh, then can you also do fireballs? I wouldn't call a fireball a mere magic trick, more like a fully fledged spell. But I can create 10 tiny flames on top of my fingertips. Like cute little candles. I want to see that. I would maybe advise you two to play with fire outside. A lot of my ingredients are very flammable. You'll miss a real big show then. I think I'll somehow manage to survive. Your loss. Aura, are you coming as well? I'm good. Alright, Lone Wolf, you're missing out though. Certainly. See you later. Have fun. Have fun. Again, that center always throws me off. Then. Oh, she's gonna take a quest. Innkeep. Lynn. This quest up for taking? It sure is. Why else would it be hanging on the quest board? Who asked you, thief? Are you going all by yourself? Course. Don't do groups. But it would be quite dangerous. Daria seems to be a hotspot for danger at the moment. Do you want to come with me or what? If so, spit it out, kid. No. Fine. There's nothing this great soul can't cleave through by itself. Won't need much help. Cool. They always like that, Innkeep? Depends on who's in the room. Ah, I see how it is. You do? Yes, course I do. You're like a dragon. You barely know me, so it's obvious that your reserve is not to expose any weak spots. But sometimes you gotta find the fine line between being reserved and being a tad too... edgy? That. Can you stop psychoanalyzing me now? Yes. No. Great. You look like you're right with any of your assumptions. You could always enlighten us. I'll pass, but I wouldn't mind another drink. Same as always? Yes. Something... you know. Something from my aura. Gotcha. It's on the house this time. Alright, what do we want? Just more charisma. Something to match his aura, he says. Which, we'll just continue to stick with this spoken heart. That's like, even though like it seems like such a pretty drink, or you know, like the heart and everything, like it really has helped him kind of come out of his shell a little bit, so we'll stick with the huge. The huge. Would you like some defense on, dude? There you go. And charisma. It's good to mix up the simple and the complex from time to time. Isn't that how it always is? Here we give some pets. Ding ding. Thanks. That's good. Enough. Splendid. Alright, moving on. What about you, Lynn? I'd like to know more about the chasmscape that's the path to Daria. I mean, I haven't been there yet. Me neither, actually. Really? Do you think I never leave this tavern? Do you have any special insights that might be useful? Not so much about the situation in Daria itself, but bits and bobs I picked up over the last days. Enlighten me. As you might have read, travel to Dyria has become a bit of a hazard. Collapsing bridges, disappearing animals, nervous diplomats.
Sounds like a haven for bandits.
Among other things.
Either way, I'll get that blue blood to Dyria.
Of course. How about a drink to aid with the undertaking?
I thought you'd never ask.
Any wishes?
I mean, this could go either way. Depends on what truly is going down in Dyria. Timing might be important. Being swift and smart about it. Evasion, that's what you call it. I might have a good infusion for that. The feather of a golden loon.
A what?
Oh, a rare waterfowl. Legend has it the wind still resides in its feathers, which is why they lend you its speed. Huh, intriguing. Suppose it'd be great for evasion, if you added something for the brains to it. Though I'll be dealing with a diplomat, so a little additional charisma to get me on his good side wouldn't hurt either.
Definitely doable.
Alternatively, to be prepped for every possible situation, something to up my defenses wouldn't be too bad.
How do you feel about traveling under the blessings of the dragons?
I'm all ears. With a little citring, your weapon strikes will be blessed, great against any bandits or bridges.
That sounds like something my Baba would have chosen, not that she would have needed it.
If the situation really is that dangerous, something that would give me more protection would fit. If it comes with enough strength to strike back, that is. But being able to evade the threat by being smart and fast about it might be better. You know what, Innkeep? I'll leave the choice to you. You should know what you're doing.
Let me think about it.
Ooh. So we've got another drink choice, huh?
Oh, I totally didn't resume the timer, but that's okay. I'll get that for free.
What would be good?
To make Lynn smart and fast? Or to make her to be able to take on anything? I mean, really, we've been kind of making drinks where we haven't had to have them worry about going into fights and such. It's like, even though they would be strong, it would still mean them having to risk life and limb for who knows what. So I think I might actually go with the intelligence and the charisma one. Hang on, what gives the feet? The feathers? Let's see, so we'll do feather. If we do the feather, plus agility, plus charisma. We need a whole lot of intelligence. And we've already got some agility mixed in there. Peak Sunrise might be good. There needs to be a lot of intelligence. And it has to be with an infusion. Strength. Yeah, so it's looking like the Peak Sunrise might be what's good for Lynn. Yeah. Let's try that. We'll have to add in a whole lot of intelligence, but I think that should be just enough. Okay, we've got that. We need one more to agility. Okay, so 1, 2, and then the rest is probably gonna have to be intelligence. There we go. Peak Sunrise, a whole lot of intelligence, and a little bit of charisma, and Fleetfoot. Alright, ding ding! Alright, I think I am going to go ahead and put the snooze on this one. We'll see how far we can get with this. Let's let wits, wind, and some kind of words guide your way. Let's. Hey, where are you headed? Dyria, some diplomat clown is in need of aid. Needs some sort of escorting of sorts. Hey, Innkeep, is this escort quest you been offering? Yep. Boggin' crap. I've been meaning to take that one on. I've been meaning to take that one to earn a little bit of coin on the side. Well, I've already committed to it. And what if I tell you I want that quest? Well, you ain't getting it. Simple. Could you stop me? Do you want me to try? I'd love to. Come on now, just go together. Who asked you? Exactly. Your conversation is giving me a headache. Oh, timer. The solution is easy as it is efficient. Go together. One takes on the big bads, the other the small ones. Either way, you're better prepared for a fight. If it comes to it. Listen, I'm not looking to buy some materials for an important project. Materials costs exploded since the stalls fell. I wouldn't mind a side gig. You look sturdy, like you could take a few blows, so... Sure. Let's do it. Let's meet tonight at the crossroad to Themis. We'll leave from there. Great. I'll head to my room to start packing. And to take a nap. Those are effective after all, huh? Oh, shush. Oh, Garland! Once again, this is the holiday updates. Another like little touches of holiday and winter decor all over the tavern. You know, like you got the snows with the little snowman. Looks like we maybe got a little bit of mistletoe or something here hanging in the windows. And then we even have some nice little festive garland. How lovely. Alright. You're a brooding fellow, aren't you? This is just who I am. I met fellas like you before. You're all the same. Often you've got the truest hearts of gold. Can we skip the sincerity? My headache is bad enough. Oi, Inkeep! Rhea? Kyle keeps talking about fireworks. He's still oblivious about what actually happened. Luck's with the fools, they say. For many it'd be easier if it had just been fireworks. He keeps blabbering about that letter. Oh? Have you opened it yet? No. Dreadwin might be inside. I just don't care that much. At least come up with a better lie. Or he could just stop asking. Oh, hey. Asking about what? Nothing. Of course not. I didn't mean to pry or anything, even though I'm very curious by nature. Good for you? I would agree. That and wanderlust is the reason why I decided to come here. To the tavern, to Zenith, to adventure. Woohoo. Thank you. I've come to inquire whether someone has already embarked on the quest to escort my dear friend Aderia. Very much so. She's sitting right here. Where? Oh, how rude of me. Of course. Hello, brave adventurer. Rhea's enough. Hello, brave Rhea. You are the one who's going to escort my dear friend? Along with Lynn. That one. Oh, Carolyn, phenomenal. I'm beyond thrilled to learn that my dear friend is going to be in such capable hands. Though, I've been wondering. Come on, spit it out. Could I perhaps join? It's totally alright if not, but this diplomat is very dear to me and it feels like my duty to aid him. Can you even fight? Well, I can talk. Very well, in fact. I can fight with my words. Oh. There we go. Thank you guys for using your duck bucks for voice acting and such. It is appreciated and I hope that is enjoyable. The wolf would hate it. So sure thing. Come along, lad. I'll show you some tricks. We leave at midnight. Really? How exciting. Come on, let's go. Oh, how the tables turn. How the turntables. Me, going on a very dangerous and important quest instead of merely reading about it. Timer's done. Timer was done. It was indeed. Seems like you're on the right path for your hero's journey. People taking advantage of the sale on voice acting. I respect it.
Gargone.
Indeed! All the stories I'll have to tell them when I return, innkeeper. I can't wait. Farewell. See you soon. Goodbye.
See you soon. I hope their quest goes well and they don't run into anything unexpected. I know we've got ads coming up too. Alright, I'm going to use one more snooze, but I know we're getting into the territory of having pre-rolls back on. What's on your mind? Are there any open quests left? There is one, but it involves social conflict resolution. Sure. Whatever. Ooh. I'm taking this. Isn't it a bit too soon to go on another quest? You just got back. At least have a long rest, replenish some resources. I'm good. If you say so. I already paid you at the store today, so get me one of those quest drinks. Something with a little more violence. I don't think I'll be doing that. Fable! Hiya, innkeeper. Hiya, Fable. Hiya, Mal. Hi. Yeah. Never mind. Would you like a drink? Actually, I'm here for a quest. Archie told me there was still one left and I wanted to ask if I could take it. Good question, Fable. I see it's on me to answer it. Aura's thinking about taking the quest. Who's Aura? John. Malachite. That guy. Oh, nice name. Thank you. But if you're already taking it, I guess I'm too late. I hope you have fun. Why don't you two go together? Together? Is that allowed? Of course. Teamwork is the adventuring world's bread and butter. Most heroic deeds are not done alone. Sad you missed the Michael Scott moment, though. That was a Michael Scott moment? I don't watch enough Office, so I don't know Michael Scott and Office lines and all that noise. Life would be very lonely that way. It would be, yes, so you should go on this quest together. Combine your individual strengths to solve any problems better than you ever could alone. And you would get to know each other better in the process. It's a win-win. Aura, what do you think? Would you be okay with that? I'll guess. I think so. It sounds fun. Cool. It's settled then. You'll go together. Oh, how the turn's tabled. Oh, ha ha ha. If I can ask, what exactly is the quest about? Archie only mentioned there was one. It's simple. Baya is worried because the Banshee of the Lonesome Lagoon and the Mari Morgan of Ashen Grove aren't speaking to each other. She fears the end of their relationship would also mean the end of her friendship with them. Baya's friends with the Mary Morgan? Best friends. So we need to talk to the Mary Morgan. And the Banshee. What an opportunity. Excuse me. I always wanted to come face to face with the embodiment of sorrow. Don't you think that's scary? No. You know what's scary? Failing relationships. Social fights are the most dangerous kind. I find them less scary than wrathful spirits. Seems like you're together, your fears will cancel each other out. I don't know enough about math to dispute that. Speaking of math, how do you two want to approach this? This is not an easy task, so we must be smart about it. Do you have any of those Fey crystals? Ones that make you fade into the shadows quickly? Oh, sure do. Good. I suggest you mix those with a hefty serving of intelligence. Then we can turn invisible and come up with a clever ruse to make them fall for each other without them ever knowing it was us.
Do you just want to avoid social interaction?
Maybe. Or maybe I just remember how well being invisible served me last time.
Fair enough. I don't know. I feel like they should talk about their feelings.
What if their feelings are that they never want to talk to each other ever again?
Then they should talk about that too.
That's not the point of the quest.
I think it is. We should face the problem head on instead of trying to find a way to avoid it. I think I could do with another round of charisma for this one. And maybe... Innkeeper, Clay mentioned you have Thunder Sage. That would help us inspire other people, right? Correct. I'll admit it works a little differently for everyone, but I have no doubt you'll figure it out. Speaking of Clay, he wanted me to tell you that he and Tia will make it back in time for the barbecue. Really? That's amazing. Aura, you should come too. We're having a barbecue at the werewolf settlement on the 31st. It'll be great fun, I think.
I don't think so.
Oh, alright.
I'll have to get back to Rufus at some point. He'll need his wool cut.
Speaking of Rufus, if you're here, Fable, where's the sheepfish? Melania picked him up. She said she'd bring him home so he has to spend less time alone.
Great.
Was that wrong? I told her exactly what kind of food to give him in case he gets hungry while they wait for you.
Oh, it's fine. He likes her. They're a good match.
Anyway, we should hurry, so you don't miss your barbecue. You're right. Innkeeper, can you help us pick the right approach? Either invisible, intelligent, or charismatic and inspiring. I trust your expertise. Let me think about it. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, ads are coming up. Y'all know the drill. We made it to at least drink making. We're pausing the voice acting timer. I suggest you all guys also go get your own drink. We're going to face the ad head on, as Minstrel does say. Keeping me on top of ads and all that. So 3 minutes every hour to turn off pre-rolls, so again, nobody gets smacked with 30 to 45 seconds when they first come in the stream. All that fun stuff. But we will do that, and we will be right back. I'm gonna open up and see what drinks we want. This one's a toughie, though. Do we either want to do it indirectly, or do we want to face this head on? I can't decide. I honestly can't decide. Alright. But ads are going. I'm gonna get some more water while I'm at it too, since of course voice acting, flexing my vocal cords, all that fun stuff. So I will be right back. Alright, I heard a number of things going off, so somebody found the other channel point redeems. What do we got going on? Minstrel! Thank you so much for the resub of 32 months! Holy moly, it's been that long. I do appreciate you. Continue to enjoy your ad-free viewing, sub badge, and cute emotes, and thank you so much. And thank you for appreciating it. I am nothing without my community. And greatly appreciate you guys as well. The notification for you can't do that here might be a little larger on the screen to truly be visible. I thought about that. I might move it around because right now I have it on my alerts, which pop up over here to the or not alerts, sounds, because I've got Twitch. I'm doing Twitch in-house stuff, which makes the sound alerts for when you guys sub, raid, bits, whatever, all that stuff. But then I've also got a separate one for sounds, which is like all the windows and things like that. Oh no! Mochi's cut off. I think it's just this game in particular. Let's move Mochi down. But so yeah, that should be right below where that is. Juniper was cut off as well, you know. Again, it's also a matter, there you go. It's also a matter of how far down the game comes on the layout, whether it comes from like right here or like right up here based off of my camera and everything. So it's just figuring all that stuff out and making sure it doesn't overlap with anything else. I think we have a good balance of it though. But then I think if I make it, hang on, I might be able to make it just a smidge bigger. Not that you guys can see it. Because I do want you guys to be able to see the stuff. Oh, now my alerts are back, or my timer's back off. The Twitch layout was a bit weird earlier in the week. So it was like, oh, there's an alert that's at the top of the box that won't go away until it's done. But it was like, oh, we're working on analytics maintenance or something or other. But it bumped all of my dashboard down to where I had to adjust my timer down here below. So we can adjust it back. Alright. Yeah, hopefully nothing else should be cut off. I know some things are a little more misshapen than others, particularly trying to show Juniper with her text box with the Ojo laugh and all that fun stuff. Forget the specific command for petting Ondu. Oh! Oh, thank you. That was something else I forgot to do. Hold on. Boop. Here we go. Let me give it a quick test. Hold. And I think it specifically has to be this. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, it specifically has to be those words in order for it to kick in. Alright. But I am glad you guys are enjoying all the new little sound alerts and pop-ups and things like that. Again, when y'all had me brewing with ideas of stuff, I was really happy to oblige and to get them to work. I tried my best to get Juniper's like laughing as a GIF and such to work, but trying to capture like a 2-second GIF with my little thing that doesn't have like a little video editor to cut it down to size, kind of problematic, unfortunately. But either way, we still do what we do. Alright. But yeah, y'all enjoy those. Also, did I see something else? What we got? Okay, EK redeemed it. Okay, the rest were just sound alerts, subs, all that. Cool. Someday current tech issues will be easier. True. Very true. Alright. Because worse ones will replace them. No! No! Though I know you're probably telling the truth, Minstrel. As usual. As usual. Alright, but yeah, not only does it give the chance for you guys to pet Ondu when he's not occupied or covered up by my book, you guys can also vote on drinks and dialogue if y'all so wish. By typing just numeral 1 or 2. But again, it's either going invisible and doing things indirectly to resolve relationship problems, or facing things heads on and being able to help them talk things out. In terms of relationships, it's It's always usually better to do things directly, like to just be, you know, as directly as possible while not being as raw or overly blunt, you know, things like that. Time to lurk more seriously now. Well, thank you for popping in, Minstrel. I always appreciate you, and thank you again for the resub. I do hope you have a good afternoon. Alright. I really do think I'm gonna go the direct route. So we will do that. So we need the one with strength. Alright, so we've got this. We've got the strength. And then charisma. And that's that. It might be the 1,000 wins. That's probably what we need to do. Yeah, I think it's going to be 1,000 wins since we need so much charisma. Alright, which is perfect because we've already got a boost on charisma and agility. And then we need 2 things of defense. And then a little bit more charisma. Yeah, 1,000 wins. Would you like some charisma? Oops. Yeah. Alright. Let's go. Keep my phone up so we can keep using that timer. I think a direct approach is the better choice. After all, honest communication is important, right?
Would you say so?
Very much so. And you? I think honesty is the best approach to any situation, including this one. Agreed. I think the only question left is, where should we start?
The Ashen Grove is closer.
And do I know where to find the Mary Morgan?
You do?
Yes, I encountered her before.
So she'll remember you. Useful.
I hope not. Last time she tried to drown me.
Oh, I see.
It was pretty embarrassing.
I know the way to the Banshee, too. It might be smarter to start with the one further away. Work backwards and all.
That makes sense. Let's do that.
Good. But we should prepare first. The journey to Boreas won't be easy.
You're right. We should leave tomorrow morning.
We should.
Wonderful. Glad to know that you'll actually rest between quests, Aura.
If I must.
You went on a quest with Melly, right? How was it?
Fine. Reminded me of my parents.
Are they well?
They're dead.
Ah.
Burned to death.
I'm sorry. That's horrible.
That's life.
It shouldn't be. How old were you when you lost them? 7. Oh, wow. That must have really been scary.
It was. Fine.
It doesn't sound fine. When I was 7, I ran into a vine-spiked boar while searching for friendly rocks. It chased me through the forest for almost an entire hour. First, I thought I was going to die. Then I was sure I was never going to step foot outside again. But when they found me crying, my family hugged me so tightly they dried up all my tears. And when I sat in my room, frozen in fear, we danced and played board games until I forgot I was even scared. I can't imagine not having that.
I can. It was...
Please don't say fine.
Scary. Really scary. I waited at home by myself for 2 whole days. I thought the shadows were going to eat me at some point. And when I was finally brave enough to leave, it was too late.
You know it wasn't your fault, right?
I know I never want to feel that scared again. But it's fine, because I fixed it.
Fixed it?
By taking revenge on the boop who caused their death. A popular approach these days.
Did that make you feel any better?
Yeah, sure. It was just a natural part of my journey, following the path of darkness. It's my destiny.
Misery is nobody's destiny.
She's right. You shouldn't confine yourself to sadness just because it's what you're used to.
Besides, the innkeeper always says you can choose your own destiny. And I decided our destiny is to bring these two lovebirds back together. At least for now.
I think I need to go. Prepare for our treacherous journey ahead.
You should let Melina know you're leaving. She'll be worried senseless otherwise. Let her know you'll be back.
I might not be.
Don't be like your parents.
Whatever. Time to go.
Well, you know. Do you think I should go after them? I think sometimes we need a bit of time to feel our feelings by ourselves before we feel comfortable enough feeling them in front of other people. That's a no, right? Give him a moment. You'll have plenty of time to be there for him when you're trying to play matchmaker for the undead.
Right. We have to do that.
Which is fine. I'll be fine. The Mary Morgan probably doesn't even remember me. And if she does, I can just run, or hide, or cry. No matter what, you won't be alone. I can't tell Aura how afraid I am. It'll be so embarrassing. If you want to be there for him, you should also let him know you're scared. It's only fair. I don't want to burden them with my problems. Being a burden every once in a while is part of the wonderful experience of being loved. Your friends appreciate it when you trust them enough to let them help you. Because when you care for people, you're willing to put in a little work to make them smile. You already know all this, don't you? I do. But it's just so much harder to keep in mind when it comes to myself. I know, but you've been doing very well, Fable. Thank you, Innkeeper. It's all thanks to you. That isn't true. I've been trying to help you the best I can, but you're the one who actually has to change. And I'm proud of how far you've come. Let's call it teamwork, then. Let's. Anytime. Can I stay for a little longer? I think I need a bit more time before I can face my fears. Always, Fable. Thank you. Hey, Lynn. Morning. It's not morning. Did I sleep that long? No, it's still the same day. Ah, that makes more sense. Not morning, Elfie. Not morning. How did you sleep? Not much. Think your drink made me restless. Archie said you're going on a quest. Yeah, Ray and I'll be escorting some rich boop to Duria. Be a little nicer, please. He's Archie's friend. Sorry, we'll be escorting some rich idiot to Duria. He's Archie's friend. I see, that's why he was so excited. 'Cause his friend's leaving, must really be craving some peace and quiet. Oh, no, he's excited because they get to travel together. What? He said he's coming along. Since when? Raya invited him. Great. Is it too late to back out? Yes, don't be a coward. Sometimes you just gotta set it straight. Fine. But I'll need another drink. That would be rather difficult. I already gave you a drink tailored to your quest, and my boosts shouldn't be mixed so irresponsibly right before an adventure. So I'm just supposed to deal with this headache by myself? Yes. Very helpful. Thank you. You're welcome. Do you think something exciting will happen on your quest? We'll see. I've got a good feeling about it. You reckon I'm going to meet another guardian? Maybe. That would be fun, right? What kind would you like to meet this time? Not sure. I feel like I've already met the one I was looking for. What could be greater than tricking a wyvern chimera? Gotta duck out. Have a good one, EK. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you stay warm and have a good afternoon.
I gotta remember to close that door when the next ad break comes up. Otherwise, it's gonna start letting the cold air in.
You're right. I think that means it's time to befriend the Realm Keepers now. Wouldn't that be something? Which one would you like to meet the most? Gaia. Can't think of a greater honor than that. You? Gaia as well, but I feel I should pick someone else, for balance. Cassiopeia, maybe? I'd love to ask her how she's doing right now. Maybe give her a hug. You'd be the type to give a dragon a hug. What does that mean? That you're very lovely, I think. Something like that. So, fellow dragon enjoyer, who would you pick? No repeats. This would be a good question, though. I'll say Tuat, the Great Spirit Dragon. Why? You like snakes? I do. I also enjoy elemental magic, and swimming, and chaos. What was that last one? Swimming.
Right.
But I suspect your quest will have its merits even if you don't meet any of the Realm Keepers. That's true. I bet you and Ray will have a lot more to talk about, and you can teach Archie more about adventuring.
I'm not so sure about that.
You're a great teacher. I've learned so much from you already just by being your friend. Like how to say what I really mean. I'm still working on it, obviously, but I feel so much better when I'm being honest about what I want. You've been getting a lot better at it. Thank you. And Melly loves practicing with you too. She says she wants to ask Rhea to build her a greatsword of her own. So, a regular-sized dagger. Teaching someone to hold a sword is one thing, guts and bravery are something else. Not sure I can teach Archie something I'm still practicing myself. You can always practice together. Yeah. Speaking of practice, you going on a quest too? Elfie? I am. Aura and I are going to fix the Banshee and the Mary Morgan's relationship. Is that the Sneaky Twister's new name? It is. Ain't you scared of the Mary Morgan? Only a little. Okay, maybe a lottle. A lottle. Do you think she's going to drown me? Or do you think the Banshee will? Maybe they'll reunite through the teamwork of drowning me? Probably not. I think you'll probably find some wacky as heck solution that no person in the history of Dragonkind would ever have thought of. Like being kind or whatever. I'd like that. And if all else fails, you've always got an insane air echo by your side to pull you out of the water if he can swim. He's sane. Is he? Well, mostly I think he's sad. And sadness can make people feel a lot of intense things. Like fear or anger or nothing at all. Anything that isn't sadness. It's easy to lose yourself in that, but there's always a way out, if you're looking. You taking that sheepfish thing along? Maybe? I think he might let him stay with Melina, so she isn't so alone. Or so he isn't at risk of losing him. Probably both. Not a bad idea. Would hate for her to be all alone while you two go chasing ghosts. Maybe we can send Grace over to check up on her. Or Hex. No. Guess if you're going with whatever the Drake's his name is, you'll finally be able to ask him about his cheesecake recipe.
Yo, cheesecake?
Cheesecake recipe? Melina mentioned he has a good one. I thought maybe he could show me how to make it. That sounds like a great idea. Ask him. You can use my kitchen if you want to. Really? That would be amazing. I'll ask him. Maybe. Andu will be waiting for you. On a completely different note, Lynn, what happened to those undead snails you wanted to check in on? Well, they're slow, ain't they? there's the timer. So thank you guys again for using your duck bucks for voice acting. I do hope it is sufficient.
Still got a little time to stick around. So you'd say you like it here? It's not too bad here. Thought maybe I'd even bring my cousin a souvenir. Hands off my trinkets. I ain't that air echo. I'll get her something from the market or the elf settlement. And maybe I'll bring you back something back from her farm, Elfie. You mentioned you'd love to try planting some ghost-berries. Either way, I'll stop by sooner or later. Don't want to risk her turning into a werewolf and moving house. Ha! Ha! No, but seriously, if any more of my family members turn into dragon-forsaken werewolves, I'll be joining the Van Helsings. Still don't know if they kill werewolves. Don't care. Do you think I could come with you? When you go, I mean. I could gather the ghost berries by myself, and I know a lot about snails. You should. You've got away with her family members. And the snails would love you. Have to agree. You'd probably make it a chaotic mess, but a fun chaotic mess. Yeah. Seems like you guys didn't end up farming a party after all. Shut up. Okay. Anyway, it's late. I think I should go back to the settlement and catch some rest. Carolyn, do you want to come with? We can stop by the werewolf settlement and say hi to Mr. Dragon. Or bye. Ain't sure I got any tips for you in return, but I can listen to you worrying. Yeah, you're good at that. Do you want to come too, innkeeper? I'm afraid Ondu doesn't do well in civilization. Or alone. Especially not alone. Oh. But I'll be eagerly awaiting your stories. We'll return with plenty. I'm counting on it. Good night, Lynn. Good night, Fable. Night. Good night. Cute. Alright. We do our closing up duties. We're on to the next day. Interlude. Oh, it's night again? Hi. Oh. Y'all are some new faces. Phew, I knew we took the right path. Who said we can't road trip all by ourselves? Liam did, I think. I think that was perhaps a rhetorical question. Whoa, dude, didn't see you there. What's up? The sky last time I checked. It better be. It'd be very confusing otherwise. Very true. Is this your crib? It is indeed. Welcome to the Wayfarer's Inn. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking? Pollygeist and the goodest of boys, Scott Howell. So a ghost and a wolf one. We together we are the Prankmasters. What? With a Z. Woo! Pleasure to meet you. I'm your humble innkeeper. Awesome. What drinks do you serve? Oof, yeah. We're in desperate need of some booze. I'm sorry to disappoint, but I don't serve booze. What? Why? The age rating system is quite harsh on such things. Yep. That works. And I've got to keep the place open somehow. I feel you. We've all got some burdens to carry. What else have you got? Magical beverages that can enhance your abilities. It's even rumored they might influence your fate. Wow, that's so cool, dude. Like an influencer, but for fate. A fate-fluencer. That would go so hard a moment, Graham. Okay, these two are fantastical creatures, but at the same time, they feel like they're from a more modern part of a universe or something. Right. What's a moment, Graham? We should hook you up with Milo. They can explain it all better. Inky, please influence our fate before I get bored.
I'm feeling incredibly depleted from this weird as heck trip. Sounds like you're in dire need of some stamina. Though I think you could use something a bit stronger than usual. Dope. Give me your strongest potion. Technically. Never mind. What is going on? Alright, so we're making a strength. We'll make her a sailor's courage. It's been a while since we've made that one. Okay. This one needs a lot of stuff. Because it needs agility, charisma, defense, and then a whole lot of strength. I think that pepper works with this one. So we got the pepper. We got 1 shot of agility. Agility, charisma. Agility, charisma, and then strength. There we go. Sailor's courage. There. A funky drink for a funky gal. Let's see. Whoa, this is good. Very good. So good I don't even miss the booze. Well, maybe a little bit. I'll take that as a compliment. Try this, Scott. Ooh, that tickles. Just like the pickle juice. So, Scott Howell, would you like a drink as well? Nah. But you could tell us where we are and what cool things we can check out around here. You're in Zenith in the Republic of Fursoa. Are you lost? Nope. At least not as long as we're having a blast. You do seem slightly out of this world, though. Ooh. Maybe you're onto something, potion seller. I'm not... You know, we were road tripping. Supposed to be the trip of our lives. When something weird happened. We were about to take the next turn at a crossroads and then whoosh. A portal opened up, and I couldn't hit the brakes in time. Yeah, we drove straight through and ended up on a gravel road. Everything seemed different and dated. So dated. Dated? Duh. I've seen and done plenty of weird stuff, but this is a different kind of weird. So weird. No cars, only carriages and stuff? Oh, so they are. I have a feeling, I think there's been talk of Tavern Talk actually, like, I don't know, in a way collabing with different games or something. I mean, clearly we've seen Quincy from Quincy's Tavern. So I don't know who these two might be characters from. I mean, if anyone else knows it's out there, whether in Twitch chat or YouTube comments, feel free to let me know. Because, like, this is interesting. I mean, I know there's, what, that one game, like Monster Prom or something or other? Maybe something like that. Cars? Yes. What are cars? Those things that go vroom. I'm afraid I've got no clue what you're talking about. I don't think cars exist here, Scott. Now, it makes sense that my phone has no signal either. What makes sense? We landed in the past. Whoa, does that mean we time traveled? Yeah. That's so cool. I doubt time travel is possible. It sounds more like you participated in inter-universal travel. Which is rare, but happens occasionally. Wait. So what you're saying is we are super special and lucky to have even participated in such an event? Likely. Dope. This is a sign, Scott. The universe sent us here to wreak havoc. Woo! The prank masters will strike again. Soon. After a nap. Can we take a nap, Polly? Good idea. Hey, funky magic mystery pal, you better get to writing that tour guide. I'll see what I can do. Good. Do you have a room for us? Of course. I've got a room upstairs. Just ignore the scratching sounds and leaking water by the iron door. Don't worry, we've seen worse than that. We've got plenty of experience with sea monsters. Always hyped to meet more. See you in a bit, Innkeep. Come on, Scott. Let's hit the sheets.
Maybe I should add some do not enter signs. Ay, ay, ay. What was that? Oh, we're back for another one.
Hello. Glad to see you, Baya. Thank you for having me. Now that... Is your friend's dispute still ailing you? Still so lonely. Lonely, lonely. I came to ask... Have you sent someone to help my friends?
I did, actually.
You did? Yes, I sent Fable and Aura to solve the dispute. Oh. Then let's hope they'll be friends again soon, so we can have tea parties again. And I can stop being lonely.
I don't know if this is supposed to be like a gurgle or whatever else. I'm not gonna try, though.
At least people are visiting my spa. That's good. Thank you for handing out my coupons. Oh, hey. Did I hear spa? Mm-hmm. Doesn't that sound like something? Doesn't that sound like something, Scott? Woo, I love spa things. Now, are you our tour guide, sweet bog creature? Tour guide? Do you want to visit my spa? These two are Pollygeist and Scott Howell. They're currently looking for entertainment and a way back home. But entertainment first, obviously. It's getting incredibly boring here. No offense, funky magic mystery pal. None taken. Where is your home? In a portal. Or something. Yeah, we came through a portal, which in itself is pretty rad. But we've had the medieval tavern experience and all. It was good while it lasted, but it's time to move on. Move on to my spa. Something like that. Which makes me think, Baya. Excuse me. Do you think you could help them find a way back home? Of course. You can do that? But first, you have to visit my spa. Nothing easier than that. I'm in need of a facial anyway. The air here is so dry. My bog water is especially moisturizing. Wait. Does that mean we're going to go skinny dipping in some hot springs? Oh yes, absolutely. My hot springs are the best. Cool. So a pit stop at your spa and then a road trip back home? You joining us for the ride, sweet bog creature? Please say yes. We'll see. I'll first show you the portal and my spa. If you bring them to the portal, you could take a ride with them through it. Might help you with your loneliness. You think so? Yes. No one's lonely on a ride with the prank masters. I'll think about it. Which portal do you want to take? The one through Avalon, full of dreams and forests? Or the one through the Twilight Chasm, a place full of dread and weird fishies? Ooh, the Twilight Chasm sounds spooky. I love spooky. I love dreams. They're so weird. Like that one dream I had where I was my own dad. Where should I lead them, innkeeper? Oh. Well, they're both kind of split. A trip through the Nightmare Realm sure sounds fun. Nightmares? Heck yeah, haven't had one of those in a while. Sounds dope. Make sure you don't lose your minds, though. No promises. Can't wait to show you my mud masks. Can't wait to show you the world. can't wait to show you the world, sweet bog creature. My name is Baya. Then let's hit the road, Baya. Enjoy your trip and safe travels. Goodbye, potion seller. See ya. Goodbye, innkeeper. Well, Baya made some new friends, supposedly. I'm glad Baya could find a little comfort in these peculiar visitors, at least. I'm excited to hear the story she'll tell when she gets back. Oh, wow, that was actually a short day. Okay, I am curious, so I'm going to see if I can find out what that was. If a quick Google search will help out. What peculiar visitors? Let me see. A lot of them are videos, but that's not what I'm looking for. I guess I'll just look up like Polygeist and Scott. Oh, I was right! She is a cameo character from the Monster Prom series of games. Okay, well, cool. That was just a guess based off of seeing some other games that kind of made sense because of, like, you know, monsters in kind of a modern setting. I mean, the wolf was wearing a leather jacket, for crying out loud, so yeah, just a lot of different cameos and things like that. That's neat, though. Alright, ooh, come hell or high water. This is gonna be interesting. Oh, it's Grace. Good evening, innkeeper. Good evening, Grace. Could I ask you for a drink? Any time. What can I do you for? I'm pretty spent. Do you have something that will make my mind awake for a little longer? I should have something that could do just that. One moment. Alright, quick and easy. Okay, something with intelligence. I said the next time we had to make intelligence, we were going to make a sparkling nebula. So that's what we're going to do. Which is just 2 shots charisma. And then a whole lot of intelligence. We'll see if Ondu sparkles. Oh, he does! Look at him sparkle. There you go. Alright, ding ding. A drink for the mind and soul. Enjoy. Thank you. This is just what I needed. I like how her little hat has a ribbon kind of hanging off of it, like a kind of like a bonnet or something. That's cute. Of course, I'm just into ribbons right now. Not that you guys can really see the small ribbon hanging off the back in my hairstyle. Why are you still so tired? I thought you were done with your thesis. I am, which also means I need to figure out what to do next. The possibilities are endless, but not boundless, so considerations are a complicated endeavor. Have you considered a break? I have. Say, innkeeper, if you had forever, what would you do with it? I've never thought about that before. I like being an innkeeper, so I could just keep doing this forever. It's relaxing and safe, and I get to meet the most wonderful people and wizards all day. Forever is a really long time. Isn't there anything else you would like to do? I'd love to go on a road trip. Really? Where to? Anywhere, really. See the world, the forests, the seas. Stop by each of the 5 interplanar portals and see what all the hype is about. Would you go through? I'm not sure. I was thinking more about having a picnic and a conversation nearby. Maybe a nap. I could rate them by which fruits grow around them. Now you're making me curious. Will you send me your studies? You'll be the first to know. What would you do with immortality? I would learn everything there is to learn, every language, instrument, skill, and facet of mortal existence. I would travel the plains with my brother and learn even more, have an infinite amount of tea parties. I'd come to those. When we were little, Hex would always make all the stuffed animals dance around our little tea table. We didn't have any money for music boxes, so he just made up songs for them to dance to. He sang them to me. Oh! If I had the time, I would love to write down all those songs and invent dances for them. You should make time for that. It's your time, after all. And besides, while you don't have forever, you do have quite a lot. An elfin lifespan is nothing to scoff at, even if you only get half. Not if you got the human side of the lifespan. I was kind of thinking about that, is that even though her brother looks more elf and she looks more human, I was kind of wondering about that. Oh, that's less time. It is, but I'll make the most of it. What will you do next, then? I'm not sure yet. I was thinking about going to Ashfadal. The capital of the Magracy? I heard the libraries there are 60 stories tall and rivers float through the sky in an exuberant display of mana. Sounds fancy. Sounds like paradise for someone like you. Yes, but Hex really wants to stay here. He likes Pessoa, Zenith, the Ashen Grove. I think he likes how quiet it is, if you would believe it. I don't think he likes the bustle of it all. You could just go without him. There's a Magrosian embassy in Zoford. Their teleportation is expensive, but reliable. I don't think he wants to go back to Zoford either, and I won't make him. He could teleport himself then. He really shouldn't. It's quite a long distance, and he's always been awful at teleportation. Oh no. What a thing to be terrible at as a magician, or a wizard, or whatever. He could take a ship. I appreciate the effort, but I don't think a ship would help make the distance acceptable to him. He's always going to follow me, no matter where I go. I think he doesn't want to miss out on any adventures or celebrations, or funerals. You can just tell him you want to go alone. But then he'd be alone too. Just talk to him, Grace. I don't want to spend our time together fighting. I just don't want him to spend it mourning me either. Oh. You should tell him that. He'll have enough time to mourn you when you're gone. Unlike life, that never ends. I suppose you're right. I'd like to leave something he can remember me by. Maybe I'll build my own wizard tower. Please do, I love those. Did you hear about the one on Moria, near Dalwell? The one with the infamous Magragosian fugitive? The very same. It seems that his wizard has disappeared without a trace, leaving his tower vacant. Sounds like a question. I've always wanted to stop by for tea, but I don't want to be rude and intrusive, so I haven't. I wonder what he left behind. I'm sure it's a collection of fascinations and impossibilities. Couldn't you teleport in, just to check? You can't exactly teleport in and out of well-protected places all willy-nilly. You might end up trapped or on a whole other plane. You might. Maybe that's what happened to the wizard. Maybe. No one seems to know what happened to him or who he even was, and no one seems interested in finding out either. Isn't that sad? A little. I don't want to disappear like that. You won't. I'll tell your story for as long as I'm around. How long is that? For as long as this world will bear me. You are very easy to bear. Oh, that's such a wholesome compliment. Thank you, Grace. Would you like to stay a little while? Please, I find your inn truly inspiring. I'll be here if you need a rubber duck. Yes! I forget where the rubber duck thing came in from, but hey, we like ducks here. Am I right? So I can approve being a tavern that would offer a rubber duck. I'm counting on it. A lullaby. Okay. Wait. Did Fable do their hair? They look just a little different. Interesting. Hiya, innkeeper. Hiya, you two. A drink, please. Or two, actually. Sure thing. Actually, what name are we on right now? Well, Aura's still fine. Come on, that was a whole week ago. I was busy. Want to come up with a new one then right now? Can I come up with one? Sure. How about Kumo? Huh? I feel like you look like a Kumo. It fits. He's stealthy as a spider, soft as a cloud. Okay, these are two references I feel like I'm missing here. Kumo the spider, Kumo the cloud. Hang on. I'm curious. Okay, Kumo the spider. Not Kuno, Kumo. Kumo the spider. Oh. I wonder if that's a reference, because the thing that comes up is actually an anime or a manga series that we've actually watched. Is that, so I'm a spider, so what? It's like where someone gets reincarnated as a spider in a dungeon that slowly has to, like, grow up and level up in a crazy, scary dungeon and such. But that's the only thing that comes up, and I guess, like, her name is... Oh, no! Because I guess it's also, Kumo. Kumo is the word for spider. Okay. That's why. So, Kumo in Japanese is the word for spider. Okay, so then why a cloud? Why a cloud? Kumo the cloud. What? Mitsubishi Kumo Cloud Wi-Fi wireless adapter for an HVAC system. What? Oh my gosh, those were two things I did not expect to be associated with the word Kumo. There you go. Today we learned, chat. I'm gonna go with the spider one though, just because it'd be hilarious to compare him to the I'm a spider, so what anime. He is just as stealthy as a spider. And just as cute. I'll take your word for it. Our drinks. Can we get them now? Of course. What would you like? Something sweet. Bubbly, maybe. If you can find something that... you know. Sure. I'll see if I can find the words you're looking for. Oh. He wants another spoken heart, it sounds like. Since it literally talks about speaking and all that. I mean, like, I can make any drink I want. And such, but this makes the most sense. You know, it's like great for emotionally repressed individuals. All that noise. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. Liquid charisma for those in need. Maybe you should try it then. Do you want to send it back? No. It's good. Glad to hear that. Fable, what can I get you? Maybe something that will make me feel like I could lift 1,000 clouds? Like I've got the strength of a dragon, or something like that. Carolyn always says it's pretty tasty. I see. A Carolyn special, then. I mean, typically Carolyn gets the Southern Brawler. So just something with a lot of strength. We could also do the Sailor's Courage. But it's been a hot minute again since we've done any of the simple recipes, so we'll do that one. Which is kind of the opposite of the Spoken Heart, which is a little bit of defense, a little bit of charisma, and a whole lot of strength. Ding ding! A regular's favorite for another regular. Thank you. It's delicious as usual. That's what I like to hear. I like the new hair, by the way. Oh, you do? Thank you. It looks really nice, right? Kumo braided it for me. Kumo braids hair? He helped me calm down after we encountered the Mary Morgan. And I should probably start at the beginning, right? I'd appreciate that. Alright, so, what happened at the beginning? The ship to Boreas. Right. I was a bit worried about the journey we were embarking on. After all, the seas around Boreas are famously hard to traverse, with all the wild magic around it and all. But just before we left Zenith, we ran into Una in the midst of an arm wrestling match against Iniko. We took the opportunity to ask her for advice. Thought maybe she had traveled there before. You could have also asked me. She was closer. Right. Did she have any good advice? She did. With her help, we were able to avoid all the dangerous maelstrom, sea stacks, and iceberg elementals. That must have made for a very relaxing journey. It did. It was very inspiring, too. We were able to see the dancing, colorful auroras in the night sky as we drew closer. Oh, because Boreas. Like Borealis, I guess. They were starless, but still breathtakingly gorgeous. I even started on a new song. It wasn't ready to be shared yet, though. I just wanted a sneak peek. Well, you should have snuck better. A new song? Can I hear it? It's not done yet. But thanks to Una, we made it to Boreas a lot faster than we had planned. We also docked far away from the typical explorer's route. It was completely abandoned by everything but nature, as if no one but us had been there before. Kind of exciting. Very adventurous, for sure. As we headed inland, we were quickly swallowed by the fog that engulfs almost the entire island. It moved in strange patterns, creating unidentifiable forms within the mist that hungered for life. The thickets rustled as we walked by, whether moved by wind or by creatures we couldn't tell. The trees were shaped strangely, with shimmering portals forming in their empty husks. Our own quiet breaths were often interrupted by shrill, shrieking sounds that seemed to come from right above us. It was almost idyllic. Or scary. It was mostly scary. I wouldn't have minded strolling around until we ran into something roaming the island, but it was a little cold, so... I found a local to ask for directions. While wandering around, we came across a clearing surrounded by tall trees. Or rather, one tree. All of them are connected, intertwined with one another. Through one of their twisted connections, a waterfall with no discernible origin was flowing into a small pond. And in its midst rested a nymph. A real nymph! Oh, Fable got to meet their nymph. Doing taxes? She was weaving flower crowns for the fish. She was beautiful, with long black hair and skin that glistened in the sunlight beam reflected off the waterfall. Her eyes were like sparkling gemstones, and her smile was full of kindness. She was all right, but also the only person around. So Fable asked her for directions? No, Fable asked her about everything but directions. I asked her for directions. She was very helpful. She even gave us a gift. A gift? That's sweet. She gave us earplugs against the Banshee song so our bones wouldn't shatter. Very helpful. Did you offer to write her a jingle in return? I did. She said if we were to survive the encounter with the Banshee, I could come back and she'd think of what she'd need a jingle for. She was thinking about setting up a dragonfly exhibition, so maybe for that. Who would she even advertise to? Frogs? And toads. The Banshee was our first priority. So we stealthily made our way to the Lonesome Lagoon with earplugs in our ears. We mostly walked and talked about our favorite dragonflies. As we finally approached the lonesome lagoon, the thick mist enveloped us. It suddenly became so cold we could see our own ragged breaths. And then we heard it, a song filled with all the sorrow of the world compressed into a single note. It sounded really nice. There was so much emotion in that song. Sadness, longing, yearning, anger. We wanted to be polite and wait until she was done singing, but she just kept going, like tears that wouldn't stop. I'm going to snooze, because I feel we might get close to a pause. So I decided to be a little rude, stepped forward and said hello. They said, "Hello, Banshee, I really like your song." That confused the Banshee so much that she stopped. She smiled, baring a row of deadly sharp teeth. She was very nice, actually. She asked if we wanted to steal from her lagoon. When we said no, she invited us to sing along. Did you? Of course. It was kind of fun. It was, and I thought what better time to bring up the Mary Morgan but now. So I led with, "I bet you do this with your girlfriend all the time, right?" She suddenly looked at me with hatred and anger, and then just started screaming. I was very thankful for the earplugs at that moment. I think without them, my bones might have melted. That was our cue to leave, so I pulled Fable back into the thicket of the Borean forest. Obviously, we couldn't just leave it at that failure, so we looked around for a peace offering. We found some spiky pink fruits with a pattern of little ghost tortoises on them. We thought she might like them. She liked them enough to stop screaming at us, and we sat down at the side of the lagoon to talk. It's beautiful, by the way. Right in the middle is the giant portal to the Twilight Chasm. It colors the water this deep, dark blue with swirling clouds of darkness within. There were bones floating in the lagoon, too. Oh. I almost brought one for your tavern. I'm glad you didn't. That would have been weird, huh? Not necessarily. Bones just tend to come with lone spirits attached to them. And I prefer them resting in the halls of Tuat rather than in my tavern. That's fair. The Banshee actually fished out some bones to fidget with. It stopped her from screaming every time she brought up the Mary Morgan. Or Marmor, as she calls her. Turns out the Mary Morgan had been ignoring all of her calls. Ever since the Banshee was crowned Gaia's scariest monster by Screech Mag Ozine. She told us it carved a hole in their relationship, that it caused a lot of jealousy. And she was disappointed the Mary Morgan cared more about some stupid popularity contest than her. We asked her if she wanted to talk about it with the Mary Morgan herself. But she said that she didn't need to apologize for being scary. She was very thankful she got to talk about it, though. She was holding it all in because she didn't want to burden Baya with all the drama. Oh. She even offered for us to spend the night at her nearby cave, which was really nice of her. Did you end up taking a nap at her lair? We thought about it, but it was filled to the brim with the riches of the dead, which was far too alluring to allow us to fall to the call of sleep. You found loot? You have my attention. What did you find? Gold, bones, skulls, jewels of all sizes. And a lute. It was broken, but I picked it up anyway. There was also a delicate silver mirror that had hearts carved all over it. Kumo recognized it as magical from its arcane markings. Melina showed me them in some book the other day. When the wizard in Zofort showed us around his library. It was a mirror of far speech. It lets you speak to anyone on this plane, given that you've seen them before. So you called Melly? No, we called the Mary Morgan. Ah, that makes more sense. How did it go? Oh, well, I had to be the one to make the call since Kumo had never met her. When her face appeared, all I could do was stare in horror as she gazed back at me. I felt like I was back in the Ashen Grove, leading adventurers to their doom, and I just froze. Uh-oh. So I took the mirror out of their hands. Her first words were threats of what she would do to us if we had dared to harm the Banshee. Of course we hadn't. That briefly calmed her down. Until I asked her why she wasn't here, if she was so worried about the Banshee's well-being. Avoiding the question, she instead talked to us about the state of the lagoon. She complained that it must be incredibly loud with all the tourists and whatnot. I assured her there were no tourists, at least none that were alive. So she asked what I was doing in the lair then. Honestly, I replied that the Banshee had offered us a place to stay in her cave. I quickly realized that I had picked the wrong thing to say. Oh. Her eyes started bleeding black ichor, and she began cursing us out in tongues. The mirror cracked under her gaze, and she started bleeding black water. Oh. It was terrifying. And then we were just supposed to sleep there, as if she wouldn't crawl out of the mirror any second. After that happened, I thought that we shouldn't discuss our further plans in that cave. So I pulled Fable outside and we went for a walk. The nymph had mentioned this enchanted flower field where she collects flowers for the fish. So we went there. Thought it might be a good spot. It was a good spot. Even though I couldn't stop shaking for a while, none of the flowers really helped. As did not being alone. Was that when Kumo braided your hair? Alright, we got one more snooze. We'll see if we can make it to a pause. It was, yes. My hair kept falling in my face and it was overwhelming me. So he sat down and braided it away while I worked on rebuilding the lute. He said that some distraction would help. Talking also really helped. I don't know, I really like it when someone plays with my hair too, though it's been a while since I've had anybody like style or do anything with my hair. Though I've got a lot of it, as you guys can obviously see. Because again, it's been a while since I've measured it, but it's like 30 inches, at least from the top of my crown to the end of its length. So it's probably in need of a trim at some point. Even if I asked a lot of stupid questions. They weren't stupid, just curious. Did you have a favorite one? They asked where I learned to braid hair. That actually brought us further on our quest. How so? Well, I learned it from my mother. It's the only thing that I feel I have left of her. It was her way of apologizing. She was never very good with words. It made me think. Sometimes people aren't very direct with what they mean. I've heard of that, yes. Like the Mari Morgan. She didn't seem angry about the Banshee outdoing her in some fear pageant. She didn't even mention it once. She only got upset when she thought we had hurt the Banshee. When she thought we were tourists. Or when we said we were staying in that cave. Like she was jealous of something entirely different from some issue of Screech magazine. We talked it through and decided we had to get the two of them to talk face to face. Obviously it would be difficult because of the distance, but... excuse me. I had taken the mirror with me when we left. Thought it might be useful. Ever the thief. Indeed, I used it to call Baya. I asked her to tell the Mari Morgan to come to Boreas. Fable mentioned she can teleport via plants, however that works. She can. You should try it out. It's nauseating. I think we'll pass. While I went to talk to the Banshee, Kumo picked up the Mari Morgan. She and I really connected on eyeliner techniques. When we arrived at the lagoon, they were immediately ready to claw at each other's throats. And not in a fun way. But we somehow managed to convince them to sit down. We tried to get them to talk about their feelings, but they just kept talking past and over and away from each other. Arguing about an issue that didn't exist. So I had this crazy idea. I took out my new lute and asked them if they wanted to write a song together. They declined and insisted their voices would clash, but I thought at the very least it'd stop them from arguing. Kumo helped me convince them by summoning tiny rain clouds pitter-pattering in a gentle melodic rhythm to inspire them to give it a try. We asked them to put all their emotions about the whole situation into a song. In the end, they harmonized together perfectly. Like their voices were made for each other in the gentle hum of my lute. It was beautiful. And a little bone-shattering, but very romantic. Most importantly, the song finally got them to understand each other. Like Kumo had suspected, the Mari Morgan was scared, not jealous, now that the Banshee was so popular. She feared the Banshee would become really busy with tourists visiting all the time. She assumed she wouldn't have time for her anymore. But the Banshee assured her she doesn't care about any of the tourists. Only about the Mari Morgan, and Baya, of course. We told them to talk to her, too. And mentioned how much she had been missing them. They agreed to meet for a tea party in the Ashen Grove, so Baya doesn't have to travel too far. Did you invite them to your barbecue? No. After the outpouring of emotions, they wanted some time for themselves. The quest was done. It had only taken us 2 days, which was really efficient. Unfortunately, we had told the ship to pick us up in 3 days, so we were trapped on the island. So you swam back? What? No, what's wrong with you? The usual. We started brainstorming about what we could do while we waited. So I asked about that cheesecake recipe. But then I realized there wasn't anywhere to bake it. They don't have any taverns on Boreas. It was a stupid idea. It wasn't. Somewhere on that island had to be something to bake a cheesecake in. Did you find that something? We did, but it turned into its own small quest. First, we had to find the right place for our little adventure. We met these lovely gnomes living in their little mushroom houses. Oh, and they offered to let us use their ovens. But they were too small, so they introduced us to the local Toad Hill giant. Its kitchen was enormous, but it was easier to work in than one that was too small. Then the gnomes, the nymph, and the giant helped us gather ingredients from all across the island, so we were able to make enough cheesecake for everybody. I burned mine a bit. But when we made the second batch for the ship's crew, they were already starting to turn out better. Water bath. The secret to a good cheesecake? Water bath. Kumo is a really good teacher. And you are a really good student. Thank you. The cake really lifted this crew's spirits on the journey back. We agreed to teach them the recipe once we hit land. Afterwards, they invited us to the captain's birthday party. They even introduced us to a traveling obelisk who sang us a song of the ancients. It showed us a shortcut through the Ryolis mountain range where we met some flaming songbirds. Wow, they really did go on an adventure. And now you're here. And now we're here. Well, I'm glad you came back. Of course we did. I promised a good story. And you delivered tenfold. Where are you two going next? I should probably talk to Melina. She was pretty mad when I left. I guess I should apologize while I still can. Uh-oh. Good idea. Do you want me to come with you? No, I think I need to do this alone, or rather, with her. And I have to check in on Rufus, too. Maybe Hex taught her some fun magic tricks in the meantime. You left her with Hex? And with Grace. Oh. Don't worry, nothing was set on fire. I should go. But before I go... Do you maybe want to do something together later today? Or tomorrow? Like a thing? Huh. Oh, like hanging out together? We could play charades with the werewolves. I think he meant hanging out as in a date. Oh. Did you? Maybe I did. Oh. Okay, that sounds really fun. Cool. I'll pick you up, or I'll see you around, or whatever. I'll see you. I'm looking forward to it. Me too. Oh. Cute. Oh, shoot. I didn't realize ads were going. Whoops. Okay. Well, that was actually a pretty long story, but real quick, I need to take a quick stretch break and shut the door and turn lights on before it gets too cold out. So I'm going to spend the last few seconds of the ads and go do just that. I'll be right back. Okay, it's empty too. Took the time to go potty too since I've been sitting for a little while. Yeah, oops. Apologize about the ads. But yeah, apparently Kumo just asked Fable out on a date. How about them apples? He asked me on a date. He did. That's... Oh. What? What do I do now? Do you think Archie has books on dating? Or should I ask the Hydra for advice? It probably knows about dating, right? Archie is still on his quest. Also, I'm right here. You're right. What should I do? Just go! See where it takes you. I'm not discouraging this. Or where he takes you. Hopefully somewhere nice. I do feel safe with him, so maybe I should try trusting this more. Mostly, I think you should just be honest with him. He seems to like you for who you are, so there's no need to hide. That's the scary thing. Why does he feel that way? Because you are very lovely? People keep saying that. But sometimes I just feel a lot lovelier hiding, you know? To me it sounds like it's perhaps a bit too late for that. Sorry for listening in. You two are just very sweet. It's okay. I also thought it was very sweet. He was very sweet. But now that he's gone, I have time to think again. And I'm not sure if I was supposed to be that type of sweet anymore. Maybe he was just being nice? He asked you on a date because he was just being nice? Well, maybe. He felt bad for me or something. Innkeeper, dear, I think Fable might be in need of another drink. Maybe something to untangle their thoughts, something for a quick escape from all this overthinking. That sounds good. I'll see what I can do. I think I have an idea of what she needs. Let me look. Where is it? Am I really just gonna make her a swift strike? Hang on. I was thinking it'd be something like, what's it? Like the 1,000 wins, because like perfect for avoiding unwanted questions. But I guess we'll make him an old-fashioned swift strike. We're going back to the old-fashioned drinks that we started with. Never hurts. Alright, so defense. Intelligence. And a whole lot of agility. A swift strike. Does this help? Very much so. Thank you. I feel like I can now uncurl the yarn ball that is my brain. What do you think I should do? What do you want to do? I want to go on our date, and I want to get to know him better. Maybe even get him to know me better too? Do you think he would like that? I think so, yes. It seems like you don't need our answers. You have yours already. Sometimes I just feel like I need permission to listen to my heart. Dang, Fable is a mood sometimes. Because sometimes I get wrapped up in questions or second guessing or overthinking motives or whatever else. And then I just run across lovely people that genuinely just like my company, so. Did you know you can give that permission to yourself? I forget that every time. I know you're right. I think I know what to do now. Somewhat. And I'll figure the rest out. Thank you for listening to me. I think sometimes that's all I really need when I'm scared. There's nothing wrong with being scared, as long as you don't run from the things that make you happy. You're right. It took me a while to realize that. Running is so easy, you know. You always know where to go. Away. But staying, you have to actually look at yourself, figure out what your part is in everything. That can be a lot. But when I was on the journey back from Boreas, dancing with Kumo to the music of the navigator's fiddle, Thinking about how I would never have gotten to that point if I hadn't put myself out there, I realized that life is so much more than a constant game of hide and seek from the things that truly mean something. And I decided to stop running from life, even if I'm scared. I want to do my best to face my problems. Even though it's terrifying, I know that I'm not alone. Is this still about Kumo? No, he was never a problem. He's one of the reasons I'm not alone. Just like you. With good friends by my side, I can do anything. And I can't wait to see what you will do. It might not be as impressive as you hope, but it will be me, and I'm excited about that. Me too. I'm really proud of you, Fable. Thank you for everything, especially the great advice. That was really great advice. Maybe you should take some of it too, Grace. Maybe you should. But we all conquer life at our own pace. My personal next Goliath is going to be reapplying my lip gloss. And maybe some blush. I do feel a little pale. Can I borrow a mirror for a bit, innkeeper? Of course. There are some free rooms and mirrors upstairs, right next to the acorn chimes. Just ignore the doors with the do not enter signs. You shouldn't have said that. Now I want to check. Please don't. I won't. I'm polite. Or am I? She can be a little mischievous like her brother. Let's hope she won't find all the nightmare creatures you have locked up there. Let's. Have you ever visited the Twilight Chasm? Not for long enough to capture any creatures. I see. What are you thinking about, innkeeper? Oh, you know, innkeeper things. I don't. No, I mean, since I'm not an innkeeper and all. Right. That song you mentioned, the one you started writing on the ship. I know it's not done yet, but how about a little sneak peek? To see if it would make for a good jingle. I don't think it's jingle material, but I don't mind sharing it with you. Just keep in mind that it's a work in progress. Of course. There's a calling on the wind beneath the talk of the keep. I've heard the tales, set the sails, now it's time for me to leave. That sounds like a great opener. So you like it? It's wonderful. I can't wait to hear more. Me too. But it's still a little rough around the edges. I feel like it's missing something. Maybe the next adventure. Maybe. Will you let me know when it's done? Of course. I can't wait to show you the finished version. Thank you, Fable. I'm proud of you. For maybe finally finishing a song? For not running. Oh, thank you. Me too. Innkeeper, do you ever think about taking your own advice? All the time, yes. Why don't you? I don't know. It's hard, I know, but I promise I believe in you as much as you believe in me. And I know we'll both be okay. I would like that. Me too. Well, I've talked a lot today. I'll give you some space. Maybe it's time to stop running. Ooh. Should I? Is it time to read that letter? Yes. Oh, that was easy. I guess I've been wanting to for a while. Let's hope for no regrets. Oh, okay. My dearest friend, long has it been since we've talked last. Long has it been since everything has been seared away by the cold flames of death. I wish I could still remember our last conversation, but it's waning memory. I can only imagine how you enjoyed running away, wishing to forget whatever was between us. Maybe you did for a brief moment for these 30 years. If you did, I'm writing this letter to kindly remind you of the good old times. To celebrate our reunion, and I invite you to the spectacle of this century, the last day of the astral moon, welcoming the first light of the dying moon, where the realm of Tuat is just a grasp away. Are there any spirits you'd like to remember? Are you afraid of what they might tell you? Worry not. I'll be right there. Watch the sky closely on the 35th of Cassiopeia. See you soon, old friend. Huh. Interesting. That was... Oh, a mysterious letter. Gather the courage to open the letter. Ooh. I guess you've always been a fan of symbolism. But you didn't even leave an address. Very irresponsible. No way. Oh. Voy's mad. Pardon? No time. Duck. Now. What's going on? Are you okay? Do you need help? Something's coming. Something big. Your next show? What? No. There's no time. Duck! Is the ground... Uh-oh. What the heck? Are we underwater? Is everyone all right? I think so. That was a close call. Could have been really dangerous. What just happened? Why is there water outside the tavern? I'd also like to know the answer to that question. I've got no clue. I was just outside by the woods drafting my newest song when the ground beneath my feet began to rumble. Not even a minute passed and it rumbled again, then a wall of water came rushing toward me. I didn't even dare to wait. I ran immediately looking for shelter. No way I was going to let my hagum get wet. These strings are made of real chabean silk and the body's ethereal bamboo. It's a rarity. That's the first thing going through your mind with a giant wave rushing right at you? Of course, this instrument is just as valuable as my hands. And just as versatile. Oh yeah, Grace was upstairs. Is everyone all right? Grace! Dragons, you're all right. I was worried something had happened to you. She was on the second floor, and clearly the water only goes to the first floor, but valid. Were we washed away, or is like everywhere just underwater right now? Oh, don't worry. When the walls started rumbling, I hid under a table, and then I watched the water rush by the window. It was like a tsunami, but tsunamis are very rare, if not impossible, so far into the mainland. Right. It's so strange. Everything seems to be submerged out there. I wonder what would cause such a cataclysm. It's worrying, to say the least. It's definitely too dangerous to go outside. Even the tavern is leaking. Don't worry, it'll withstand. Are you sure? No, Fable can't go on her date, though. I mean, and they can't return to their lives. I'm sure. I've gone through worse than this. You? I meant it's gotten through worse than this. Wouldn't have thought it could withstand this sort of thing, but even more so glad it can. Seems to be a simple yet very sturdy tavern after all. Just like you, innkeeper. Are you flirting with the innkeeper? Ha! Me? No. Also, that's beside the point. Is it? I mean, unless... I like to work my body. Helps in a lot of aspects. Can we get back to the point, please? Yeah, sure. The point. Right. Back to the point. Did you see exactly what happened? Not really. I was listening to the whistle of the wind in the treetops, jotting down notes for my next song, when suddenly a horde of silver-crested deer rushed past me. Before they could trample over me, I jumped up on the rock I was sitting on and watched them gallop downhill. Then I saw water break through the canopies, snapping trees in half like they were slick skewers. I wasted no second. I turned on my heel, knowing I'd be done for if I just waited a moment longer. Then I was here and told you to duck. It sounds horrible. Are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine, thanks. And anyways, with whom do I have the pleasure? I'm Grace. Nice to meet you, Grace. I'm... Oh my, you're Voyage, aren't you? The silver-tongued virtuoso. Yes, that would be me. My apologies. I didn't mean to push any boundaries. but I saw you perform at Dropstone Institute's campus that one time. And I must say, you pulled on all my heartstrings with your beautiful performance. Oh. Oh. I did that? Yes, I was awestruck by what your music could do. It was like magic in its very own way. Music can be very soothing in moments of distress. Were you distressed back then? A little. I don't remember exactly why anymore, but I remember the emotion. But not more distressed than I am right now. I hope Hex is safe and well. I'm sure he is. Shoot! Did you see that creature swim by? What? No. What? Where? It looked like a red-winged eel. Oh. Haven't seen one of those in ages. Where is its natural habitat? Actually, the Twilight Chasm. Why is it here? Something isn't right. I'm afraid you might be correct. I'm also afraid, very much so. I don't think it's safe to go outside. Of course not. You should all stay for the night. Would that be possible? Of course. The tavern will withstand this, and a bit of company wouldn't hurt. I agree. Thank you, innkeeper. Say, you with the lute, what's your name? Fable. My name is Fable. Do you play? The lute, I mean. Sometimes. I'm still practicing and not all that good with it yet. How about we play together? A song or two to lift our spirits and wait out the catastrophe going on outside. It's very untuned. It goes out of tune really quickly, but I guess that's a lute thing. I gotcha. Show it to me. I'll help you and then we'll jam until a new dawn rises. Blub blub, sleep with the fishes. That's not what I expected though. So what we've... Oh, now we're in Act 3. Jeez. No, what happened to my sheep? Where's my sheep? I mean, the birds are okay. My lawn furniture is a bit askew, but where's my sheep? Well, the turkey... Oh, no. Oh, that was the dragon. For some reason, when it was sleeping on the table, it looked like a turkey. The little dragon's safe. I hope the sheep's okay. Why does every act have to end with the catastrophe, though? And again, it means that it means Fable can't go on her date. Rada. Alright. Well, we keep going. So what, was our friend alluding to this, or was he alluding to the Starfall? Hex? I'm sure we'll get these questions answered, but still. This is getting a little crazy. Grace. Is Grace here? Good mythical morning to you too, Hex. This isn't funny, innkeeper. Tell me, is she here? Please tell me she's here. She is. I'll let her know you are too. Thank you. By the dragons, I was worried sick. So sick. She'll be happy to know you're safe and sound too. The flood was enormous, and if she had gotten caught up in it... Oh, no. I don't want to even begin to imagine. Then don't. How about a drink to calm your nerves? Yes. A drink sounds great. Something that will untangle my thoughts and help me focus. I'll see what I can do. Okay, so how did Hex get in here? Did he, like... They said he wasn't great with teleportation magic, but that doesn't mean he can still try. Maybe he's gotten better at it. Okay, so... Well, we'll just give him the same thing his sister had. The sparkling nebula. But oh man, what's gonna happen for, like, I don't know, the end of Act 3? Which, remember, I think this game has 3 acts, so we should be at least close to the latter half of this game. Or more, we'll see. I guess it just depends how fast it goes. Alright, sparkling nebula. Oh, you're not gonna sparkle? It's okay. Alright. Maybe this will help clear your mind. It does, at least a little bit. Thank you, innkeeper. There she is. Hex! Good to see you're safe and well. You too. Where have you been? Are you all right? Did you get hurt? I'm fine. The innkeeper and yesterday's superstars took good care of me. Just as you took good care of us. The least we could have done was be there for each other. How have you been, brother dear? Did you get hurt? No, but I was worried about you. The whole night locked in that danged house, all I could think about was how the flood might have... Why didn't you tell me you were going to the tavern? I've looked everywhere for you. Oh, sorry. I didn't know I needed your permission to go outside. That's not what I'm trying to say. Then what are you trying to say? Y'all don't fight here. We're kind of swimming in the middle of the cataclysm right now. Can we not? I mean, I guess it's when tragedies and cataclysms and catastrophes happen is when, your true concerns and feelings start to come out. But still, that you could have gotten hurt and I wouldn't have known. I don't expect a tsunami to hit Gaia every day. That wasn't in the foreseeable future, Hexy. Uncontrollable things happen, and when they do, we do our best to overcome them. Also, I can protect myself quite well. Still, how was I supposed to know that you were safe? I'm an adult, You could try trusting in my capabilities. Furthermore, PSAOR was very useful last semester. PSAOR? Protective sigils and other remedies. Ah. Also, the tavern itself is well protected by my own brand of sigils. That's at least something. Yes, I'm very thankful the innkeeper and her tavern kept me safe. I didn't mean to worry you. I didn't plan on being gone for so long, but then the flood happened. Okay, sure. How have you been holding up? Is the house all right? Apart from some minor damage and some leakage in the roof, I suppose it's fine. I wasn't even aware of the approaching flood until the house's foundation started trembling. I was busy in my workshop, harvesting the essence of Dimension 567 for my research. I hope you didn't rip a hole in the fiber of magic again. I didn't, and even if I did, you couldn't have stopped me. You weren't there after all. Right. But I can scold you now. You won't want to when you find out I actually managed to harvest something. You did? That's amazing. What a huge breakthrough. That would mean I created a teeny tiny rift to the astral realm and got my hands on some stardust. Well, sort of. How? I got an astral shard where the stars fell. Ah, I see. There's still the issue of never knowing exactly what might come through when you open these kinds of rifts. Like a flood? Could be anything or anyone. Like creatures? Like that eel? For example. That wouldn't be good. Yeah, it wouldn't. Because when your sister disappears again, you wouldn't know if she got eaten by a creature or is just out for a stroll. Hex, cut it out. What? We get it, alright? I went away, you were worried. We get it, but I'm my own person and I can do what I like. I'm getting tired of this. Uh-oh. Y'all, I know. Because what the last thing she was talking about was that she wanted to go to the capital, but that her brother wanted to stay here. Y'all, don't hash this out in this tavern right now. I mean, I guess they will, because it's lore. Well, me too. Then stop. I don't want to fight. Then don't. Sorry. It's fine. We shouldn't spend our time fighting when there are so many more interesting things going on. How about a wee bit of distraction? Oh, we could go outside and see if we could take samples of the floodwater. Exactly. Who knows? Maybe it holds spectacular and rare magical properties. How are you gonna get outside? Are you gonna go out through the second floor or something? That sounds lit. Maybe it'll help me finish my long-term research project. Possibly. Though to access the primordial vortex you'd need primordial seawater. I know, but who knows what we'll find. Don't forget to fill me in on your research. Theopractically, I'd tell you anything, but only theopractically. Wouldn't have expected anything else. Thank you, Innkeeper, for hosting me the night and all. See you soon. Oh, we got more lore. Hang on, I want to look at it. Before we talk to, Voy, I want to look at their profiles. Because it keeps expanding. It's like everybody's getting a little bit of lore. Let's see. Grace. Clay Voy. Good morning, you two. Did you sleep well? As well as we could with the sweet song of stormy waves pattering against our windows. So, very well and with inspiring dreams. Glad to hear that. Your impromptu concert certainly helped me sleep. Because it was so boring? No, because it calmed my nerves. All of our nerves, I think. Not that I have any. You don't have nerves? Is that a phantasm thing? No, I meant those metaphorical nerves. Oh, you get those too? No, of course not. I'm Voy. Well, yeah, sometimes. Mostly when I have to perform. Isn't that embarrassing? Not really. That'd also make me nervous. Oh. Though, I have to say, last night performing with you for Grace and the Innkeeper, it was kind of relaxing. I could just lose myself in the performance without having to worry about what anyone would think of me. Not that I ever do. It was nice. We should make more music together sometime. Actually, Fable just got started on a new song. Maybe you can collaborate. Really? That would be awesome. Well, actually... Yes, you're right. That would be awesome. I think working on it together could be fun. Heck yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm looking forward to our grand collaboration. I'm charming you with it, Innkeeper. Alright. You're supposed to say you're also looking forward to it. I am very much looking forward to it. That's what I thought. Aren't we gonna be cool together? The coolest. Too cool for me to describe. I already know we'll blow you away. I'm counting on it. Enough chit-chat. I should check up on the village. Maybe someone needs a good song to cheer them up. I'm sure Bio would love one. I think Bio is probably cheered up by a good flood. But speaking of her, maybe you can hand out some of her spa coupons for me. Sure thing. Her spa rocks. I shall start by enlightening Grace. Is she still here? No, she just left. Together with Hex. Something about primordial water. Those wizards. I'll try to catch up to them. See you soon. How is everybody leaving this place like this? Like, are y'all going out on boats? Are y'all just swimming for it? Like, what is happening? Don't finish the song without me, Fable. I'll wait for you. Can I get one of those coupons? Sure you can. Just make sure to tell Baya I sent you. Of course. What a strange morning. Or exciting morning? Both, I think. Would you like a morning drink? Yes, something that will help me with writing my song, please. Would you like a spoken heart? Like your date? Well, it seems appropriate with her. Yeah, we'll give her a spoken heart. Because that makes the most sense. Alright. There we go. I know I tend to run a little slow, so I'm trying to, like, I'm not trying to like rush, but I'm also trying to like not take it too slow as I do. A drink with 0 primordial water, maybe. It does taste a little primordial and very delicious. Perfect. You know, last night when I couldn't sleep, I was watching the fish swimming by the windows. Their scales kept reflecting in the water, making them shift and shimmer like they almost weren't there. I was mesmerized by them. It was like a dream that kept pulling me toward the waves. It was beautiful and haunting. Do you think it looks like that every day somewhere? That beautiful? That haunting? I think any place we can imagine exists somewhere, if only in our heads. I'd like to see all those places. I don't think they're all safe to see. How are people getting in? But that's good. Fable, by the dragons, they're here. Are you all right? I am. The innkeep kept me safe. It's good to see you both are well, too. Couldn't you have let us know you were here, breathing? We couldn't find you anywhere. I'm sorry. I just woke up. Were you guys worried about me? Maybe. Of course we were. We don't even know if you can swim. I can. Can you? Of course. Oh, no. Oh, we should teach you sometime. Sure. Thank you for worrying about me, but I actually had a pretty nice night. Voy and I gave Grace and the innkeeper a small concert while we were all stuck inside. Oh, sad that we missed that. I can track down Voy to give you guys an encore. That'd be nice. I'm sorry I didn't get around to picking you up. It's okay. I bet the roads were a bit busy. Yeah, it was a little tough getting out. How did you guys get in? Rufus loved it, though. I guess since he is a fish. Think he made some new friends. Seems like this catastrophe has had some pleasant side effects. What happened anyway? Did a whale eat the moon this time? No idea what that's supposed to mean, but no. Or maybe? No idea how it happened. They say the primordial sea flooded the Twilight Chasm. And it all spilled out through its portals into Fesoa, leaving us with this mess. That's new. At least the other continents probably got through it without much trouble. For once, they can be less jealous of our portals. I do hope everyone is okay. Everyone we could check on is. Luckily for us, the water's drained enough to rescue everyone around here. Though I heard that underwater hasn't emerged yet. Happy to see you all emerged. I still don't know how with the water being up to the windows. Mostly. What does that mean? Are you still looking for someone? Yes. I was wondering if Melly is here. She wasn't home when I checked on her. No, she didn't stop by yesterday, nor today. Did you see her before that? Did she say where she'd be going? I'm afraid she hasn't been in since she returned from Zoford. That wizard punk hasn't seen her either. Took a second to ask him when he's almost broke down Kumo's door looking for Grace. Do we know if she can swim? I'm sure she can, and I'm sure she's just taking shelter somewhere. You taught her how to hide well, after all. Maybe she's just putting that to good use. When I returned yesterday, I found Rufus eating out of a strange apparatus that disperses food and water every couple hours. Like someone really smart set it up for him in their absence? Yes, he was gorging himself on some food, but Melly was nowhere to be found. Oh, well that's worrying. Did she leave a note? No. I'm sure she's okay. Maybe ask Una. She probably put her up to something. I shall investigate that avenue right now. Fable, would you be okay with moving our time? Time? You got an appointment or something? More like a date. Ship. Can't wait for that story. I'll tell you later. But, yes, we should move it. This isn't the kind of dancing in the rain I was hoping for. Me neither. Another time, then. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Me too. I hope she didn't try to investigate the fish. They'd eat her alive. Sounds a little more hopeful. The girl's savvy. I mean, look at that contraption she left behind. Ain't no fish got a chance against her. Being hopeful isn't really my thing. Then make it your thing. I like how everybody's relationships just to continue to form, either from ships or good friendships or things like that. It's so stinking wholesome. And just with all the myriad of looks and personalities and backgrounds and cultures and everything else, kind of reminds me of Chad. You know. I'll let you know when I find her. Such a man of few words. A man of heckin' words. He's just worried. Uh-huh. Speaking of worries and words, Lynn, it's good to finally see you back. How was the escorting? I hope you didn't get too wet? It happened. How did it happen? Well, actually, this can wait a bit, right? Sure. Thanks for understanding. I'll be back later, once I can think more clearly. I'd like to check up on Uncle Dragon, make sure that old fart is still up and running. Fable, I'm guessing you'd like to check in with your family, too. Yes, I would love to make sure everyone's alright. Maybe Mellie's with the Amaranthine Hydra. She really wanted to ask it for tea recommendations. I'm counting on you returning with a good story. Don't get too excited. I'll see if I can drag Ray and Fancy Pants along as well. Think they could use a drink. Speaking of which, got one for the road? Sure thing. Something strong to get you through all that socializing? You got it. Alright. Something strong. Strong. So again, we can either make her a sailor's courage, but again, we've been kind of making all the basics, so we'll stick with what her regular was, which was just a southern brawler. At least thankfully now we've seen pretty much all the drinks in my repertoire now. I mean, we've made a lot of the basics, of course. Yeah, we've made basically every drink we have, which is nice. Alright, and then a whole lot of strength. Alright, here we go. Yeah, it's like, what now? I still have plenty of quests I could make, but I don't know if anybody's going to be going out on them right now. Here, the strongest thing I could brew up for you. Thanks. Miss these drinks a little. Oh, that's sweet. Don't dwell on it. Anyway, Fable, let's go. I'll be right there. I'm sure everybody will be okay, Innkeeper, so don't you worry about it. And make sure to keep a hot chocolate warm for Melly. I'm sure she'd love one of those. I'll give it my best. I know you will. Don't swim out too far. We'll see. Again, how are people getting in and out of this place is my big question. Other than magical, timey-wimey water wibbly-wobbly stuff or something. Who knows? The waters are dangerous these days. Just what are you up to? Time to make sure I have enough ingredients for a hot chocolate around, I guess. Oh, Una. Good to see that you're open, Innkeep. And a good evening to you too, Una. Ha! Spare me the babbling. I'm glad to see you seem to be unharmed. I am, thanks to some protective spells I put on the inn a while back. Works better than any insurance. What about you? Are you unharmed? I'm as good as new. Might be missing an arm, but that doesn't mean I forgot how to swim. It's easier than walking, actually. And breathing in water instead of air was unexpectedly nice. These gills aren't just for decorative purposes. Felt a little bit like home, you know? But the water tasted different than that of the Astral Sea. More primordial, I might even say. Yeah, I figured. But you don't seem to be very worried about it. Nah, whatever happens is none of my business now. I'm retired. And water also doesn't bother me. Shouldn't bother you too much either, am I right? Since you're so close to... I knew you wouldn't forget. I might be old, but I'm not senile. Ooh. Una has lore, though. Me neither. So you wouldn't call the primordial sea your home, then? I've inhabited a few planes already. My past doesn't define the word home for me anymore. But you're right, primordial water doesn't do any harm to me. Even if I wanted to drown in it, I wouldn't be able to. Huh. But honestly, I was more worried about my patrons in the inn itself. I hope everyone is safe and well. Wouldn't worry too much about all your regulars. Adventurers are tough folk, and your drinks toughen them up even further. I have faith that you're right. But your tavern... well, let's just say it has definitely seen better days. Nah, that's kind of an understatement. It looks like crap. Ouch. I've been working the whole day to clean up as much as I can. My condolences. Say, have you ever talked to the Wizard of Morlia? No, sadly I haven't had that pleasure. Oh, you should if you get the chance. He's always loved all kinds of spells and enchantments. More of the kind involving trickery, like puzzles and traps, but I'm sure he also knows a protective spell or two. I mean, he's been protecting his wizard tower for quite some time now. Ooh. I'll keep that in mind if I ever get to meet him. But I suppose you're not just here to talk. How about a drink? Ha! You definitely have a way with customer service. How about a drink that'll wake my old muscles up so that I can help you tidy up your tavern afterwards? I can't quite remember having asked for help. What's that? My old ears suddenly can't understand what you're saying. How unfortunate. Maybe a strong drink would help. Alright, coming up. Alright, we'll make her a sailor's courage. Something like that. Okay, which is pepper. And then one thing of agility. Kind of charisma. Got the defense, and then strength. There we go. Alright. There you go. A drink powerful like the astral sea. Wonderful. I consumed enough primordial water to last me weeks. And it doesn't taste exactly like home, but the hint of elemental magic revives some old memories. I gotta say, you definitely know your craft. Thank you. Could I maybe convince you to just relax and let me do my work? You'd like that, wouldn't you? Forget it. Let's clean this messy tavern. If you insist. Before I forget, all that water swept some animal remains into my pockets. Don't really know where they came from, and I don't feel like any kind of astral energy coming from them. So I can assume they're either Gaian or primordial. Before I stab myself with them while cleaning, I wanted to check if you'd have any use for them. Stab? Yeah, they're surprisingly sharp. Now I'm curious. Let me see. Ha! You're so easy. Oh. Thank you, Una. They might not be primordial, but I think I know just what to do with them. Saber fang infusions. We're putting bones in drinks? Gonna spice up some drinks? Maybe. Can't wait to try them, then. And now let's spice up this old rusty tavern. Stop insulting my tavern! Distract and run. Huh. Oh, I guess that's what, the conclusion of their quest is gonna be. Welcome back to my tavern, brave adventurers. Good to see you're all unharmed and doing... Oh. Well? At least we didn't drown. By the way, who's that granny on your porch? Looks like she's collecting driftwood. Don't mind her. She's an old friend of mine with some weird habits. She wanted to help tidy up my tavern after the flood. That's kind of nice, actually. I suppose so. I couldn't convince her to let me do it alone. Did the flood hit you as well? You bet. Had to hold on to Rhea for a quick second there, else she would have been swept away like a twig. Hold your wished. Huh? We had just passed Themis when it happened. Luckily, there were 2 carriages nearby, wedged between sturdy trees and a large boulder. We managed to pull ourselves out of the raging waters and into those carriages. Thank the dragons, it could have gone south real quick. And your tavern looks a wee bit wet as well. It is. I've been working non-stop to clean it up. That's not good. Working non-stop? Comes with being self-employed, I get. No, I mean the flood. Never heard of a flood that massive. It spread all the way from Themis to Zenith. You're right. We certainly aren't that close to the sea. Themis maybe, but not your inn. It's all still very recent. We'll have to wait until we know the true extent of it. But what about your mission? Did you complete it before the flood started? Uh-oh. Come to think of it, Archie, you've been awfully quiet today. That's very unlike the noble hero I know. Give him a break, would you? Oh, no. We had some pretty rough nights. Oh, did something go wrong? The drink you prepared for us, with those golden feathers. I remember. I mean, it did what it was supposed to. But it wasn't enough. Don't know if another potion could have changed our fate, though. Oh no, did it turn out badly? No! What happened? I guess I'm telling the story then. Let's begin. We actually would have been well prepared if this had been a normal escorting mission, this is. It all started just like a regular quest. We met our client in his temporary abode, which looked like it was worth more money than Care and I will ever make in our lives. Combined. Correct. Anyways, our client's name was Theodore. Theodore Hugo Frederick Sinclair III, to be exact. He told us politely not to call him by his full name, so we agreed on Theodore. He's the noble son of some wealthy diplomat, hence the long name. I figured. And you had to get him to Diria because of some financial conflicts between them and the mainland. Correct. At first, everything went surprisingly well. Since the magical bridge got destroyed, we had to get to Diria by ship. Because of the disputes, no ships from the mainland are allowed to dock in Amasa, so we had to take the long way. From the port of Windmoor in the Windy Meadows to Twinboro and then to Amasa by foot. All with a young nobleman that rarely strays from home. The kid had some quirks and mannerisms neither of us were familiar with. But luckily Archie here was able to help us out. I tend to be a little wary around rich people, but we actually got along quite well. Especially little Archie here was hanging on his every word. We didn't take the main road to avoid too much unwanted attention. Moving quickly through the Dirian tundra, we only encountered a few obstacles, like tree trunks. Rhea and I kept the path clear while Archie entertained our client. He was quite useful after all, even though it was his first quest. He definitely knew how to tell stories and keep us entertained. Theodore loved every tale Archie told. Yeah, seems like you're a natural-born storyteller. You also have a surprising amount of knowledge about plants and stuff in that orange head of yours. I'm glad I could be of help. Theo rarely went outside, so I assisted him with my knowledge of plants that sting or those with poison. That's a very helpful skill. Everything went as planned until the sun started setting. I think my ears picked it up first. They were like a bunch of low humming sounds, far away still, but definitely unusual. Didn't hear anything, but I'd always trust the fluffy ears of a Vukakin over me own. I asked the 2 boys if those types of sounds were common around here, but they both denied it. Then when I started getting this weird feeling in my guts. Every experienced adventurer develops that sooner or later. It's like a sixth sense to keep you out of trouble. I know what you're talking about. That looming feeling deep within your stomach. I knew something was wrong, and that if we didn't get out of there, our situation would only get worse. At first, I just told Rhea, didn't want to alarm the 2 boys. Your clients should never be afraid. That's just bad customer service. Agreed. So we quietly tried to figure out what to do. By then, I could also faintly hear the deep sounds. But if I could hear them, Archie and Theodore could as well. And they also heard us talking. That's unfortunate. We agreed on positioning the two boys between us, even though Archie proclaimed he could fight as well. A simple but efficient lineup, me at the back of the line, Kara in the front because she's got the best ears. Theodore was still calm. He said something along the lines, "Of course they'd try and start an assault. That's why I hired you, remember?" He's not wrong. I just would have expected more, the regular kind of assassin. Whatever that might be. If you'd let me continue, you'd get it. Sorry, my bad. To make things worse, it got real dark real quick, and we could hear the guttural grunting all around us. She said, "Boggin' crap, where are they? Where are they coming from?" But, well, at first I could only see one, then two. Then suddenly they were everywhere. Zombies! What? Uh-oh. We were surrounded by zombies. Oh no! There were mention of zombies in some of our things. Hang on. Hold on. Primordial Sea, Mage, Great Sword. Yeah, undead snails or something. Leviathan. That's the capital. Morla. Huh. The only undead we've heard about were the snails, though I guess it could be a chance for other zombies. But yeesh. I had to think fast. There weren't any gaps in their formation, so I knew we had to fight. Thanks to those enchanted feathers in your drink, I was able to quickly overpower two zombies by smashing their heads together. You're strong. I like strong women. I pushed both boys forward so that they'd get moving. I knew if we wanted to get out of there in one piece, we needed to stay together. Kara was blocking attacks left and right, slicing through rotten skin and brittle bones with her greatsword. She was a sight to behold. My sword lended me its power to fight us through. But I would have needed more time to figure out a plan. There were just so many of them. We're going to be able to get through another story before ad hits. I knew we had to get back to the main road. The terrain so deep in the forest was very uneven and made running away from a horde of the undead even more difficult. How did so many of them even get there? At least it was apparent why all those animals had disappeared on the road. They'd gotten eaten by the undead. And we'd be next if we didn't get the heck out of there. So we ran. But it turns out a nobleman's clothes aren't made for running. Oh no. They're made for nothing except looking obnoxious. They're not even that comfortable. I was more prepared than Theo, but even some of my seams ripped. I could hear Rhea behind us, telling us to hurry up unless we wanted to die. So I wrapped my hand around Theo's velvet-coated wrist and just didn't let go. There was no way I would let anyone die on my first mission. But then, right before we got to the main road, he tripped. I suppose it was bound to happen. Rhea had somehow outrun us and was already stumbling onto the main road ahead. I tried to pull Theo up on his feet, but his pants must have gotten caught in some thorns. And he just couldn't get up. I tried to get him free. I really tried, but my hands were so sweaty and shaky. I saw the zombies. I saw their rotting faces as they got closer and I was too far ahead to realize what was going on, and when I finally noticed, it was too late. I knew getting to the road was our main priority. But when I got there and the two boys were missing, I knew something must have gone wrong. I turned around, and right as I did, I saw Archie and Theodore on the ground. A bunch of zombies getting real close to them. I warded off the first two, maybe three, but there were just so many of them. Then Theo screamed, the most horrifying scream filled with pain and agony. I've read about that sort of scream before, but I didn't think it would sound so heartbreaking. Yes. That's when Rhea and Carolyn suddenly appeared next to us again. They pushed the zombies back and helped Theo get up. Well, as much as he could with what was left of his leg. Oof. I know I had to come up with a plan. There were too many zombies for us to fight, and running away would have been difficult since Theodore was hurt. But your drink was driving me forward. Kind of like a drinkable Lucky Charm. I had already tricked a chimera into giving me its saliva, so I should have been able to handle a few undead and a hurt client with ease. Alright, we're gonna see if we can use this snooze to get through. You tricked a chimera? Sure did. You truly are full of wonders. And since fighting also wasn't a possibility this time, I thought maybe I could outsmart the undead. Theo was hurt, and he also wasn't looking too good. The undead seemed to be drawn to the smell of his fresh blood. And thanks to your drink, I was still quite hasty. I knew I could outrun any undead schmuck. So on a whim, I turned back to the other three. Rhea was trying to fight back dozens of monsters while Archie supported Theodore. How did Theodore know that the zombies might be coming after them then, is the question. I grabbed a piece of bloody cloth that had been ripped off of Theodore's leg. I don't know if they listened or if it was just the smell that drew them to me, but I yelled, "I'm here! Come and get y'all a fresh piece of meat!" I thought she'd gone crazy, I tell you. And it was a smart move. I definitely had their attention. Archie was out of it, so I told Rhea to just follow the path to Amasa and treat Theodore's wounds as quickly as possible. I would then catch up to them as soon as I was done there. And that's what we did. I don't argue with women that are taller and faster than me. Her quick thinking probably saved our butts. Good call, both of you. I left those brain-dead monsters in the opposite direction. Turns out I could easily outrun them. But I wanted to get rid of them once and for all, or else we wouldn't have been safe for long. And as soon as I spotted a cliff between the trees with nothing but the vast sea further on, I knew what to do. I knew I had to outride my instincts, so it was kind of dangerous. But I yelled one more time, "Come and get me if you can!" And then I threw the piece of cloth off the cliff. My instincts kicked in, wanting to play fetch. Luckily, my will was stronger than the monsters. One after another, they tried to catch the blood-drenched fabric and jumped, falling to their, well, hopefully final deaths. I can't believe that actually worked. Me neither. But otherwise I wouldn't be standing here. I'm glad. Seems like the undead are kind of like pack animals, at least for the most part. A few of them didn't take the bait, but nothing my greatsword couldn't fix. I followed Ray and the boys' tracks up until we met again. We could already see the light of Amasa in the distance. But we hadn't been fast enough. With every step, Theo's hand grasping my shoulder was getting weaker and weaker. I didn't even dare look at his face while I tried to keep him awake. Even when his answers started getting sparse and quiet. But you made it, right? Right? No. He didn't make it. Tell me that's not true. I wish it wasn't. But I'd never lie about someone's death. Especially not his. I'm so sorry, Archie. I didn't know the mission would be so dangerous. It's not your fault, Innkeep. It's none of our faults either. Maybe I should have prepared a different drink for you. It's all right. We did our best. Things don't always go as planned. I guess life isn't as magically perfect as the numerous tales I've read would suggest. Bad things can happen to anyone, even to those with the purest of hearts. Some may deserve it, but most don't. I just wish it wouldn't have been him. It's such a selfish thought, but I can't get it out of my head. And that's fine. It's just not fair. Why him? I apologize. I didn't mean to raise my voice like that. It's alright, kid. We know the pain you feel. You know, some deaths are inevitable. Illness, old age, whatever it may be. Those are easier to stomach, even if they hurt. That's true. And then there are deaths which are completely unexpected. Those don't feel fair to us. They make us think, if only I did this, if only I said that, and so forth. But you mustn't dwell on those feelings. It's okay to mourn, but you can't change the past. The only thing you can change is the future. Live the life your friend would have wanted for you. Make him proud. I suppose you're right. What did you do then? Did you still go to Amasa? We did, yes. He must have died just before we arrived. Someone from the night watch recognized him. We were immediately surrounded by healers, but it was already too late. He may bring bodies back from the dead, but not souls. After we explained the situation and how I got rid of the zombies, they offered for us to stay the night. We needed some rest before making our way back the next morning. I also sent a letter to Theo's family. I wanted to. After all, I've known them since I was a child, and I was with him in his last moments. If someone was going to deliver the bad news, it needed to be me. I'm not sure I could have acted so calm and collected. I really wasn't. Also, I don't know if this is perhaps too macabre, but would you hold on to something for me? Of course. It's the quill that I used to write the letter to Theo's parents. I must have lost my supply somewhere on the way to Diria, so I had to buy a new quill. First, I thought of it as a nice memento, but the wound is still too fresh. I'll hold on to it, as long as you need me to. Thank you, Innkeeper. Just, what's going to happen with the dispute between Diria and the mainland now? Now that an ambassador has died on Dirian soil. It's just such a big mess. And we didn't fix anything. We just made things worse. Anyway, I'm just so terribly tired. Please excuse me. Good night, everyone. You want to sleep here tonight? Sometimes a little company can do wonders. And you'll be safe from any potential floods. I'll also be sleeping here. I suppose you're right. Maybe I'll occupy one of your rooms then, dear innkeeper. Of course, go on upstairs. Third door on the left. Make yourself at home. I think I'll just sleep. But I appreciate your kindness. Thank you. Good night, everyone. I hope he'll be all right. Let the kid grieve. I guess asking if either of you'd like a drink would be a little insensitive at this point. Don't. Got it. Instead, Care, let's talk about your extraordinary fighting skills. Gotta say, I was really impressed with how you decimated those zombies. Takes a good beast slayer to know one. Nah, I'm more of a general fighting type. Strong, you know, but I can always appreciate 2 strong hands. And such a well-crafted greatsword on top of that. Happy to see you appreciate solid craftsmanship. It was a gift from my Baba. She told me the great dragons themselves gifted it to her, but I don't know if that's true. Have you ever heard of the Great Axe of Ur? The most powerful weapon ever, forged by the origin of this world themselves? You bet. You think it really exists? I mean, my Baba loved to tell stories. That if her sword was made by the dragons, maybe Ur's great axe is also more than just a myth. Excuse me. Dwarves have their origin in the subterranean caves, you know, on the plain of Ur. I grew up in a labyrinth of caves, surrounded by gems and ores, legends and tales. I mean, I haven't seen it with my own 2 eyes yet, but I'm convinced the legendary weapon exists. I bet it's so large, I probably wouldn't even recognize it as an axe. I've heard Ur keeps it in their resting place at all times. Yeah, though so far no one has found that yet. And hopefully no one ever has to. What do you mean? You know the tale. If someone was to wake Ur up, the apocalypse would begin. That's not some foreshadowing, is it? But that's just an old tale, right? Something you tell kids that you don't want to eat their food? You know, eat up or Ur will awaken. Questionable parenting techniques, if you ask me. Yeah, I got to hear that a few times when I was a wee bairn. All those tales ever did was make me want to craft a legendary weapon myself. Have you ever made something like it? Not yet, but I will soon. I'll make the greatest weapon ever forged and smash this year's Orhart blacksmithing competition to bits. I'll outcraft my ex-husband with ease. Oh. That punk. Ex-husband? Yeah, we used to work together. Now he claims I wouldn't stand a chance without him, but I'll prove him wrong. Anyways, Innkeep, Care, I think it's getting quite late, and it's been an exhausting week. Absolutely agreed. Let's get some rest. And then look for another quest elsewhere to afford me crafting materials. Good night, you two. Good night, Lynn. Night, Innkeep. Man, what a day. Like, that stinks that happened. I don't know if anything could have been avoided or what. Also realized I played through ads. Whoops. Whoops, piddles. Yeah, things are getting interesting. Has the water gone down? Okay, the water's gone down. It's my sheep! My sheep is safe. Let's go. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Well, that's good. Let me see. It is actually getting just a little bit late, so I think we are actually going to call it there for today. But hey, we made it to Act 3. So I'll go ahead and make a manual save. Do here. But yeah, hey, at least the water's receded, as they should. This has been a good time, and I'm really happy you guys enjoyed it, all the voice acting and everything. But we should pick this up next week. Yeah. And we'll just continue to push on and see what happens, what kind of exciting conclusion, though them hinting about an apocalypse is a little concerning and such. But thank you everybody so much for watching, whether you've learned to chat, and I appreciate all you guys for just enjoying yourselves, enjoying the voice acting, all the new sound alerts I got for you guys. Any other suggestions or things like that, of course, I'm always all ears to Twitch chatting, YouTube comments. I'm trying to acknowledge YouTube as well, because I know it's like I'm streaming on Twitch, but you guys on YouTube are also there when all these videos go up and everything else. So of course I see you guys as well, and I appreciate all you guys in the community and whatnot. You're always welcome on either side of the spectrum. But if you enjoyed yourself, I encourage you to follow so you know what you're doing and when. I'm hoping we can find and play even more comfy games as the winter season goes on. I've got a number of them in mind, and I hope we'll just all have fun with them, along with all the other stuff that's ahead. But let me see. Let's see if there's someone I want to send y'all to. No, sadly, I don't think any of my friends are live right now. But, so we will send you guys out into the void. Go find your favorite streamer. Show them some love and appreciation, as I know they all do it like I do. They all appreciate it, of course. But, yeah. But, we will be back on Monday. Again, next week is going to be chock full of, cool, fun events, regular stream stuff, wholesome games, wholesome snack, the Game Awards on Thursday night, and all that fun stuff. But, yeah. That's going to be it for me. So for now, I hope you all will have a lovely day or evening wherever you are in the world, and I hope I'll see you all again soon. Take care, everyone.